On our way. I almost choked on oatmeal. That's what it was. I had earlier. We're off to catch Togepi. See if we can't get a... Oh, I saw a shiny for a second. So, off we go. Alright, so I'm gonna shiny hunt some Togepi too. I'm gonna do this for a little bit, then I'll probably... well, not probably. I plan on working on my Fire Red playthrough videos, and I want to record my Sentai Minipla stuff early this week as well. Before we do that, catch a bunch of Togepi. Oh. So, you little bastards. Run like they can actually get away. Ah, you freaking balloon. Leave me alone. Change the thing already. Leave me alone. There. So, now that he's out of the way, let's get back to snagging little eggy boys, girls. Come back. Right over your head, huh? There. Alright, that didn't work. That actually might be all of them. I don't think another one popped in. 2, 3. But that's all of them. Alright. No shiny this round. This round goes to you, Togen. Okay, let's load back in. So, all right. Hey, Nintendo with my Samus picture. I like because Samus kicks ass, that's why. Look, I have a friend online. No idea who. Somebody's online. Who it is. Who is the friend that is online? Let me see. Got... Ah, Ryan. It's a good friend of mine. Buddy Ryan. Wearing glasses. I stayed up way too late last. Basically, I finished a book and started reading another. Hey, Lauren, how are you doing? Good morning to you as well. Waiting for my tea to cool down before I start drinking it. My throat's going to be a little scratchy for a bit. I hope you're doing all right. Really, you haven't been to bed yet, huh? I actually went to sleep. I just went to sleep a little bit late. My eyes feel that, you know, that gritty, like Sandman threw sand in your eyes way before you're prepared to deal with it kind of feeling. It's Honchkrow. I didn't know he flew around. Good up. Anyways, we're not after Honchkrow. We're after little Eggman. Damn. That's about when I woke up. I fell asleep about 2 or 3 and woke up around 6. I decided I just wasn't in the mood to watch anyone stream last night, so I ended up reading books for a bit. Then kind of figured out what I wanted to do for day, and then I went to bed. No, is Loki doing okay this morning? Freaking egg. That's right. Get in the fucking Pokeball, you baby Pokemon. The only way you're ever gonna be loved. Actually learned, oh, I'm sorry. No one likes when their pups and, you know, loved ones are sick like that. Or cats. I don't remember if Loki's a cat or a dog. Sorry. That's it. We're up here. So I am getting like getting about 11. Okay, Loki is a dog. I thought he was. He's a little guy, isn't he? Gets lost in the snow kind of dog. Beagle, yes. So little guy. I wish I had a better memory for some of this stuff. I have, like, I get grasp onto certain things very, very well. Then other things, it's like stored information, and I gotta get little prompts to be like, oh, that's right, I can access this now. Like, turn to town, reset the thing. I actually learned a bit about how this game works last night. I was, like I said, I've been learning how this game works a little bit. You know, computer language and all that kind of stuff is not my specialty. I can grasp enough to be able to ask questions and to parse a little bit of what I'm being told, you know, like especially with the caveat that, you know, I can ask questions. You know, and so I've been watching a couple of different channels and reading a couple of different things about how this game works, and actually had a pretty informative video pop up into my recommended yesterday by a guy who goes by Austin St. John, right? I think it's Austin Places his channel. He's an older guy, kind of like me, but he has a better grasp on how certain computer functions and all that work. And so I like to watch him and then go to certain channel or certain forums and all that, and then read what I'm being told, because that actually helps me too. I do better with listening and reading, right? It's one of those, like, you know, certain people do really well with just reading. Oh, fuck me. Hi, Shiny. You know, certain people do really well with reading. Certain people have to, like, do. Certain people just have to be told, right? And some people are a mix. I usually am a pretty good mix between... I have to save real quick before I catch anything. I'm usually a pretty decent mix between being told and reading. Then I can apply that to doing very well. But so he did a video just yesterday to explain a little bit better about how the encounter tables and such work in Pokemon Arceus here. And it's actually really interesting. Um, basically, there are seeds created every time you enter a map, right? So when I leave this area and I go back to town, oh, you fucker, come here. A seed is created, and it's kind of like how in like Minecraft and games similar to that, they create seeds for the world where um, there's. Just 1 second while I aim. Okay, that's cool. A slightly didactic, yeah, didactic. I think that's the term. Not pendatic, diadatic. D-I-A-D-I-T. I think it is. Yeah. So you understand what a seed is in the game then. Let's see if any more Togepi's pop in. Eidetic. That's what it is. I don't know why I'm putting a D at the beginning. What is didactic? That is... Okay, now it's bothering me. That is something that is in my head. And it must mean... Didactic. What is didactic? Intended to teach, particularly in having moral instruction as an ulterior mode. Ah, okay, that's why. Getting two words confused, but now I remember. All right, cool. Didactic is teaching someone ulterior fuck, I can't speak this morning. Ulterior motive, basically, is what the definition is to stay on a quick perusal. Oh, wait, I need to... Did I save after I caught that? I didn't save after I caught the, God damn it. I don't want to reset because then I'll lose the shiny Drifloon I just caught. I have to add to my list. Son of a bear. This is why usually Tom does not do anything first thing in the morning before he's actually awake, but... Yeah, eidetic is a photographic type memory. Oh well. Son of a bung monkey. Like we're gonna have to redo what Pokemon I was hunting. You got away this time, Togepi. No, it's not. It's not you. It's also the fact that my brain is on like pretend to run mode. While I'm doing this before I do any videos for today, kind of forcing myself to jumpstart a little bit. That so rewind my brain here. So we were talking about seeds, right? So much like No Man's Sky that you're telling me about, Minecraft and all that kind of stuff, the worlds are seeded. So there are certain things that's not a true outbreak anymore. I ruined that one. I ruined it. And so basically what happens is every time you enter a map like this, a new seed is created. So this is a new seed. The Pokemon that appear in here are already predetermined by, procedural generation. So the Pokemon that are appearing here aren't determined just yet, in a sense. Right? And that is because there are certain areas where the RNG, random number generator, will pick a Pokemon that can appear in a certain area. Up here, there are usually 3 Bidoofs. Almost always 3 Bidoofs, right? And these 3 Bidoofs are pretty much set here because they're like a 99% chance that it'll always be Bidoof. Now, these 3 Bidoofs that are in the seed are given instances numbers, basically, like instance 1, 2, 3. So the first Bidoof here, this is instance 1, right? If I catch him, God damn it, Get over here. You're ruining my sock. Hey, son of a bitch. Try again. There you go. All right, so by catching him, I've caught instance 1. Now, if I go back this way, so we've seen instance 1, instance 2, and instance 3. So I'm going to return to camp, right? And I am going to take a nap. I'm going to take just a sleep till tomorrow kind of deal. All right, so instance 1, instance 2, and instance 3 have been registered as Bidoof. Now, when I come back, there should be 3 Bidoofs there again. Sometimes. I don't know how. Basically, if you can get the other Bidoof that's missing to respawn, which I think it's supposed to respawn within like a day or 2-day cycle. It's a 2-day cycle. Basically, the respawn rate for Pokemon is between a day and 2 days. Hey, Cece. And what'll happen is when the Bidoof respawns, instead of being instance 1, 2, 3, and over here you just saw instance by me just coming over here, that's instance 4 and 5 now. But if I could get Bidoof to respawn, it would respawn as instance number 6. I'm doing all right. I'm just kind of explaining something that I learned yesterday. And so Bidoof here that would respawn if I reset the day properly without leaving would be instance 6 in the seed. Each instance is predetermined on its stats and on its nature and all that kind of stuff. So instance 6 could be a whole nother Pokemon, right? So like I said, instance 1, 2, 3 here were Bidoof. 4 and 5 were the Shinx over here. And 6 would be whatever the next Pokemon is. Instance 6, no matter which Pokemon shows up for instance 6. So if I go this way, and I force a Starly to appear. Should be one right around here somewhere. There he is. I force a Starly to appear. Now it's registered in the seed as instance. Yeah, that's fine. You can add me on your Switch. Instance 6. This is instance 6 right here. Instance 6's nature and stats and all that and level have been predetermined already. Right? Catch him. So I've caught instance 6 here if he stays in the ball. So his level is 4. His stats, his nature, and all that kind of stuff would have been same level, same stats, same nature for the Bidoof that I've captured if it was that Bidoof had respawned as instance 6, right? Now, that also means that the shiny rate is locked in. Okay? So, my username is Nintendad on my Switch, if I remember correctly. So, any Pokemon that shows up is being registered as that instance, and that's how the seed works. The seed sets up the world, sets up, okay, these are the trees that are going to populate first. These are Pokemon that'll pop, these are the instance and what the instance is going to be here. Their level, all that kind of stuff. Now, certain things are preset. Right? Like, there's almost always going to be, unless the weather changes. The weather can change up your instances as well. But there's usually preset instances, such as the Rapidash right here. That Rapidash will almost always be here unless it's raining. And that'll turn its if this, then that kind of switch off. So if it's raining, this Pokemon does not appear. All right, and so that's how that one would work. Now, each of these instances also have other things, like I said, shiny rate, all that kind of stuff. Are preset. And certain instances are locked in. Like, this guy will be here no matter the weather. He's always here. And so what happens is the seed generator does a secondary instance for the... Go back to camp real quick. There's a secondary instance set up for... what's it called? The mass outbreaks. Right? So you have your instances are set in the seed, and you know, there's shiny chance, all that kind of stuff is preset, and that is why when you're flying around, like I did before when I caught the Jafloon, when you're flying around like that, you want to kind of force the game to show you as many instances as you can on your way to a mass outbreak. You have a higher chance of getting a shiny then, because you know, your odds are XYZ and all that kind of stuff. 1 second, buddy. 1 second. Yes, honey. Good. Okay. You're wearing regular clothes. You can wear regular, comfortable clothes and wash your laundry today. Do it. And so what happens with the mass outbreaks, like I said, is it's a different. There you go. Oh, no mass outbreaks today. It's a different instance inside of an instance. So what will happen is that mass outbreak will have. Yes. Yep. The more you force to show up, the higher the chance of shiny of showing up, because you're moving the instances down, right? Yes, honey. Is it dirty? Is it clean? What? Put it in on my bed. I gotta put my head back together. Man, there's no mass outbreak showing up. So by flying around, you kind of move the instance table further down. By catching Pokemon, respawning them, all that kind of stuff, you move the table down, and depending on what your odds are already for a shiny showing up, you know, each Pokemon, like it's predetermined, but each one before they pop in will have that 1 in 158 chance anyways. So though the seed already procedurally generates all the... Oh, come on. Procedurally generates all your chances before you jump in. So all the Pokemon that will appear in this map have already been determined whether they're going to be shiny or not, regardless. The Pokemon that are there are not predetermined. All right, CC, give me 1 second. Let me finish my thought here. Otherwise, I'm going to get distracted and forget what I'm doing. Okay, and then we can take care of friending each other. Just give me 1 minute, buddy. And so... let me pull my head back together again. So all the Pokemon on this map are already on the table, right? The only thing that changes, like I said, is what species they might be. So, you know, the Starly, if it's nighttime, might be Drifloon instead. Because the Starly and the Drifloon kind of switch spots. And Drifloon might show up for other Pokemon too at night, because that's their call sign is if night, then Drifloon, right? You know, so that's why sometimes one of these Bidoof might be an Eevee, or both of them might be an Eevee, because the world has already said, okay, there's going to be this Pokemon here with these stats, all that kind of stuff, but the Pokemon gets chosen from a table randomly. So that's why sometimes there's a Ponyta there instead of another Bidoof, all that, you know, all that kind of stuff. So the Pokemon themselves are kind of random, even though in some areas they have a higher chance of appearing than in others. Like the Wurmple here, or the, I think it's Weasel over here, has a higher chance of being Weasels and stuff like that over here. Whereas sometimes this guy over here is a Weasel. And that's because certain areas kind of overlap in their... Let me open up something here real quick here. And open. So what happens is, I talk, I'm going to draw something on my paper in front of me here that you guys can't see. What happens is sometimes the Pokemon encounter areas overlap, right? And in those encounter areas, you might have, you know, a lot of overlapping and not. And in those areas, menu, save as circles. Circle. Cirque. That'll work. Cirque du Soleil. I just do better with visual representation of what I'm talking about sometimes. All right, so image as it shows. Backwards. Always do that. Okay. All right, so some of the encounter tables here might overlap. And in that overlap, they might be Bidoof, they might be Buizel, they might be XYZ, right? And so in those overlapping areas, the game will choose at random which Pokemon's going to be there, even though all of its particulars besides the Pokemon are predetermined. Its sex, yeah, basically a Venn diagram. Yep. Its sex, its stats, its nature, whether it's shiny or not, all that's predetermined before you even jump into it, really, right? So the moment the seed is the section of map is loading, the seed is being loaded as well. So even if this, where's he at? Bidoof over here was a Buizel instead, they would be basically the same Pokemon. Just the type of Pokemon would change. And so the chance of it being shiny is also going to be the same regardless of which Pokemon it is, which is why some people have been putting out videos about how they switch the Pokemon that's shiny. That's how that works. You can sometimes have, like, in Mount Coronet, I've seen videos where people change a shiny from like a Golem or a Graveler to a Zubat. And that's because the game has predetermined that seed, and they saved in the seed, right? So they saved, say that this guy was down here was shiny, right? And I saved before I went to catch him. He got away. I reloaded my save, and he's a different Pokemon, right? So I come back to here, and he's a different Pokemon. He's not a Bidoof now. He's a, I don't know. He's a Shinx. And that's because even though his particulars about what he will be is predetermined. Yep, see, look, that's instance whatever Pokemon there. Even though the particulars about him are predetermined, what he is not. So there's that, okay? And then if you can get a mass outbreak to spawn, which is what I've been trying to do by going back and forth, that mass outbreak works on a... Yeah, yep, that's probably exactly how it works. Ah, there we go. So this mass outbreak is going to work on a whole nother table. So this mass outbreak counts as an instance, right? So, let's see, go ahead and save the game here so I can start my shiny forcing. So the mass outbreak here will count as an instance. Wrong button on the map. There's. Yeah, there he is. Oh, Tangrowth outbreak. I thought it was Tangela. All right, flag there. So while we're flying here, each of these Pokemon that are popping in are being said, okay, are you going to be this, that, or the other? Okay, yes, no, maybe, right? Now, these Tangrowth here, all four of them, basically count as one instance. So in the table, the instance is kind of forced to be, okay, these are Tangrowth, right? This is a sent instance by it being an outbreak. These are always going to be Tangrowth in this outbreak, as long as we don't go back to town and reset the outbreak. Then the outbreak has a chance of changing, which is sometimes why, you know, you have to kind of save scum to make sure it stays as the same Pokemon. And I don't want to fight the big Tangela either. Come on, climb up the wall. All right, there. So each of these Pokemon counts as one instance. Now inside that instance is another table. So this instance marks itself as a mass outbreak, and the mass outbreak works on a new table as well. Each of these Pokemon are their own instance. Right? So if I catch these four Pokemon here, we'll call it instance 1A. right? So this is instance 1A here. 1B, 1C, 1D. Okay? If I catch him, the next one that spawns will be 1E. And that is how the shiny encounters increase during a mass outbreak. Because you're forcing the instance table for these Pokemon to go down with them staying the same Pokemon. Right? So you have a higher chance by forcing the instance counter to drop, right? So you can get through 12 to 15 Pokemon normally in a mass outbreak, so you get 12 to 15 chances for a shiny. And so what happens is, if I by saving here, I've saved instance Outbreak 1. I go through, I catch everything, it's not what I want, so I reset, I go back to town, I come back, and I can basically force instance Outbreak 2. And the even though, you know, basically it's 2A, 2B, 2C, right? So what happens is you're kind of forcing the game to eventually give you a shiny, just by percentage odds. You're forcing it, and that's kind of how outbreaks work for shiny hunting, which is why they usually work so well. Now, one thing I did learn is that catching Pokemon like I was, just in the field, not battling, all that kind of stuff, is the best way to move an encounter table the way you want it to move. Right? So I want this encounter table to move down by 1 each time. So what I'm going to do is just catch them, right? I want to, hey, stay in the Pokeballs. Come on. I want to force the encounter table to move down 1 slot over and over and over again until we see all the Pokemon that will spawn here and whether or not they're shiny. All right, guys, come on. So that's basically what I'm doing here is I'm moving the encounter table 1 down every guy I catch. Oh, come on, stay in the goddamn Pokeball. You're making me look bad, Tangaros. I couldn't remember your name for a minute. Come on, stay in there. I gotta see if there's any more here to counter. All right, so that's it for this encounter. That's all the Pokemon we're gonna see on this encounter table, right? So now, what I'm gonna do is I am going to reset. So now I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna come back, and hopefully the same encounter's there. If not, I gotta reset. Right? So we're trying to make sure the seed keeps the Tangrowth, since that's kind of what we're hunting. And the seed can change what the outbreak is. I'm not sure. I haven't been able to pick up exactly why when you save at this point here, where I've saved before I leave and come back, why the mass outbreak stays. I'm not sure why that is per se. I think it has to do with the game saying, oh, he's kind of encountered a mass outbreak, and he might have left to go collect some more items. So we're going to let him come back and, you know, work on that outbreak some more. Right? So, but sometimes the game goes, oh, he's also making a new seed, and he still has that outbreak there. So we're going to change what the outbreak is, just because, you know, the game is being a game. And that's kind of how that works, right? It just reads numbers. Come here. So now, basically what I've done is I've generated a new seed, same outbreak Pokemon, but a new seed. So now I have, you know, even though the numbers are also the same, by the way, I'm going to encounter the same amount of Pokemon in this outbreak every time, regardless of what Pokemon it ends up being. So if I encountered 15 Pokemon the first time, it'll be 15 this time. But the seed generates new variables for them. So their levels, their stats, their chances to be shiny will be new. Because it basically picks a new table further down than the ones we caught. So we already caught, what, 12 of them? So now we're going to jump down to table 213, right? 2.13, basically, is what's going to happen. By keeping the same outbreak, but not entering the outbreak. Now, when you're doing outbreaks, never fight the Pokemon. Always catch them in the overworld. Why? So, if I go ahead and I catch this guy here, right? If I catch this guy in the overworld, like, hey, come on, cooperate. All right, fine. You know what? There, stay in the fucking Pokeball for a minute. There you go. So encounter 1, right? You see encounter 2 off in the distance, and encounter 3 there, right? So we've got instances 1, 2, and 3 in front of us. Now I'm going to make another Pokemon appear. Now normally that should be that encounter should be what? Instance 4, right? So this should be instance 4 here. This could be instance 7 or instance 15. You don't know when I do something like this. So I'm going to battle him instead, right? So we're going to battle him. So this is actually encounter 4, right? So instance 1, 2, 3. This is instance 4. We're going to fight him. We're not going to catch him or anything like that. We're just going to knock him out. There. Now the next instance that we run into logically should be instance 5, right? But because we battled it, the instance table for random Pokemon gets jumbled. This could be instance 12. It could be instance 6. It could be this could be instance 5. You don't know. Basically, the best way to make sure that your instance table performs properly is not to battle the Pokemon. It's to actually catch them in the overworld. For some reason, that forces the game to move the table down 1. Instead of moving it at a random encounter clip. And the same thing counts for outbreak instances. Even though you will only really run into 15 or so at the most, there is a table, a long table of possible instances to run into. And so this guy, if I battled him, the next one that pops in, instead of being instance 5, might be instance 27. And so this is actually the easiest way to just ensure getting a shiny as quick as possible, because you'll see the instance table in the most logical way possible. And it also means that, say you run into a shiny and for some reason it gets away, you can't catch it, whatever, right? And so you're like, okay, well, let me restart that encounter. So you come back to your save file, restart it, and start going after that shiny Pokemon. Well, you don't know if it's actually going to end up being shiny anymore. Why? Because you forced the table to jump. Now we're all done. That's all the Pokemon that are going to show up anyways. So if I had forced the table to jump, instead of possibly seeing instance, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and all that kind of stuff, I might see instance 27. And I have no idea when that'll actually pop in. With the forced table, forced instance jumping here. And that was kind of interesting. Why? Because, well, the only one that's going to end up involving for sure is going to be Eevee at some point. I'm trying to work on getting like a living dex of shiny Pokemon eventually. Oh, wait, you know what? Well, I'm thinking about it. All right, so while I'm right here. Yeah, so my profile. There you go, Nintendad. That's my friend code right here. So if you want to add me, that's my friend code. Oh, that's good stuff. All right, so under So you go to your page, right? So you go up to the page, and under your page, you'll have your profile, friend list, trending, that kind of stuff, right? Friend suggestions, add friend. So you go into friend. I can search for users I've played with. Oh, well, I haven't played with you on any game. Search for friend code, search for local users. So basically, I'd have to find your friend code to add you as a friend on my page. Because you can't just do it by name. I was hoping I could do it by by users I've played with, but I've traded with you, but I haven't played with you. So what I'm going to do real quick is let's go to my profile. There's my piece of paper. Let's see. SW48. Pen is dying. That's one of my favorite pens. It writes usually really well. 48. Ah, well, my pen's not working. Nine 918. That is not. I don't know if I can add you by just use search. I don't know if this will work, but I can try. Yeah, see? Not going to work that way. Got to have your actual friend code. So, like, my friend code, you know, is switch number, blah, 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 blah. So. All right. So, what I can do, I can add another text bubble in real quick. Add it in for you real quick at the bottom. So, this is friend code. So, I can continue playing my game. 4805 dash. Okay. This down. Somewhat unobtrusive, and I'll put it right here in the corner. All right, that way it's there. All right, it all done. All right, so I can remove this. Oh, not. Oh shit. That is not what I wanted to remove. Son of a bitch. Let me see if I can find it real quick. There you go. Oh, that is this. Copy it and switch it back over. Well, this one will work too, I guess. This one. Copy. Stream. And we can just in. Oh, there. Haha! Put this down at the bottom instead. Now we just got to me above it. Boink, and now the text goes behind me. And I forgot I had a page set up with my username in the corner. I had all kinds of stuff set up on this page, but I got rid of a lot of it. I had like scrolling backgrounds and stuff like that. This was the page I was playing around with. All right, well, that's actually a good idea. There, pinned. I've never pinned a message before. And now I have. Look at that, Lauren. You get to be my very first ever pinned message. All right. Turn to the village. Oh, I was gonna show you my slowly building up shiny Pokedex I was working on over the years. Let me do that real quick. I'll show you so this is until I can add everyone else to it. This is my almost proper living dex at the moment. That's funky music. Oh, it's good stuff. All right. Now, so I have all 198 registered. Got 14,000 Pokemon in here. Or 1,400. 14,000. Tom likes to add zeros. Now, so this is my current living dex. You go through and you got all 898 Pokemon are in my boxes. They take up a whole, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by, so 30 boxes. So I got all my Pokemon here. Like literally all the Pokemon. I think. See if I can find the right box. I'm actually really proud of some of these Pokemon still. For still have them. Not this game. It was Diamond and this set here. Where are they at? Where's Reggie? There he is. I think this is my Toys R Us Regigigas. Why is it? Oh, that's why. Yeah, original trainer, Toys R Us, TRU. A lot of these guys are... I don't remember... I think I caught this in... Platinum. I borrowed Platinum from the local library, and I caught this. And I put it in my game. I got the Game Freak Arceus. I have some of my legendaries are from like Hong Kong and stuff like that. Some of them are hacked, like the ones that are in my boxes here. Some of the shinies I got are from Wonder Trading over the years. That sounds like a good delivery. My shiny Kadabra from Pokemon Go. Boyster and Shelter. This guy, I think, is a hacked guy. No, might not be hacked. This is from Japan, so this might actually... I doubt it. I doubt this is legit. But, like, this one is hacked for sure. It's from itskeen.tve, whatever that channel is. I've had this for years. I traded this from the original Diamond and Pearl. I don't remember. I think I bought a used cart, and this was on there. It was the only shiny I ever got off that game. For sure. This one, I think, is a hacked guy. Yeah, especially since it says it's from a Game Boy. Original Game Boy, yeah, it's hacked. I think this one is hacked as well. Maybe not. I don't know. I know this one is hacked, and this one actually might be legit. I haven't checked into this one. I've had this one for a while too. I've got 3 shiny fucking Babarrels. Really? Why do I have so many Babarrels shiny? Like, I keep catching shiny Babarrels. Anyways. Game Freak released this. I don't remember when, but this is a legit shiny. This one is not. This one is not. This one is. I bred this one myself. They would if I used them in official stuff. If I use them for myself, they don't. The games don't care. If I try to put them, if I try to use them officially, or I try to trade them officially, with people that aren't my friends, then the Nintendo company would care. It depends on how you use them. I don't use them for competitive or anything like that. I just collected them. But this one I bred myself. This one I caught in Sword and Shield. I bred this one. I named it after the Hydra in... what's it called? That's hacked. I think this is legit. This one might actually be legit because this was given out for a while. I don't even remember catching this one, but apparently I did on Sophia's game. This... okay, so I was telling Cece about this the other day. This is what I was trying to get as an Umbreon. This is the one that ended up being Sylveon instead. That's dumb. Dual Worm is one that I caught and bred. This is another one I evolved and changed all that. Salazar. If they're nicknamed, it's because I actually used them in my Shield playthrough. I bred them up and put them in, and I had an all-dragon run on Shield. This is legit. This one is not. This one was actually... this one took me a little bit. I had to do some workaround to get that one from the person who's trading them out. This is when I was breeding... I think I've mentioned this before. I used to breed a bunch of Rockruff. There you go. That's the only shiny I got out of hundreds upon hundreds of Rockruff breeding. And it is a own tempo shiny Rockruff with all egg moves. So that was a lot of breeding too, to get just those moves on it. This one I got Wonder Trading. This is an event, I think. You know, it took me forever to realize. This one, look at the ability, the Arceus system. The RKS system, since it's supposed to be a fake version of Arceus. These are mostly not legit. Like this one is pretty much, I'm pretty sure it's not legit. This one isn't. Some of them are though, like Akala and Tapu Fini are both legit. This one is not. This one I think actually might be legit as well. Bred this guy myself. Caught this one. Here you go. Here's another one of the guys that I... Hesperion, named after the dragon that guards the golden apples, if I remember correctly. Fafnir, which is named after a Nordic dragon. And Kerr, which is named after a dragon from... kind of. These are... so these are all shiny. Like... I've gotten rid of a lot of Pokemon. I had almost the limit of Pokemon in the Pokemon home that you can hold 6,000 Pokemon in. I had 5,880 Pokemon in here until I started cleaning it up. And so I went, okay, well, I'm going to keep all the shiny. I'm going to keep at least one version of all the specialty guys. So all these guys can... you know, turn into special forms or whatever. So I kept all that. Then I decided to, oh, you know what? Let's make sure we have all the different forms too. So this is all the Galarian forms. Or no, Alolan forms. These are all the Alolan Pokemon. And then this is all the Galarian Pokemon. This one is the one I'm actually really proud of. This box, I'm missing one style of Pavilion. I am missing the Fiesta style, which was a event-only Pokemon from the summer of 2014. I got one of them. They're only available in Japan. This one is only available in Japan 2014 from the Pokemon Centers. That's one of my crowning like achievements, getting this guy. Yeah, they couldn't put all the Pokemon into one game, starting with Sword and Shield, but they came out with this system at the same time, which a little bit of a money grab, but all right, fine, whatever. I pay 20 bucks a year, and I get to keep all my Pokemon that I want to keep as long as the games connect to it. But this, the only way you can get all the Pavilion is was by trading in, what game was that? Not X and Y. It was before that. Maybe it was Black and White when Pavilion was introduced. Yeah, Black and White. Black and White? X and Y. I don't remember which game. It has a diamond, which is X and Y. The pentagram, sorry. The pentagram symbol denotes that these guys are from X and Y. So, this Pokemon was introduced in X and Y for the Nintendo 3DS. And the region you were in determined which evolution Pavilion you would end up with for pattern-wise. Now, some of them, I forced my game to think it was in different regions, and I could get 4 that way, I think. So, like this is the one that I actually start off with. I have the, I have Archipelago. Nope. Looking for... Oh no, sorry, this is the pattern I normally have. Being in Michigan, this is the pattern I almost always end up with. If they have a name for the pattern, instead, like, I don't know. Oh wait, no, I have... I don't know. But maybe I do have them all. I'll have to check. Because this might be... another, I don't know. Maybe I do have all the patterns. I think I'm missing one though. I'll have to look. But yeah, so I worked on getting all the patterns. Jungle pattern, Archipelago. I think there's one other pattern I can make my game recognize. So High Plains, Archipelago, Savannah, Sandstorm are all the ones, and Sunrise. Then I got all my just random different forms. My one of my Alcremie because that's going to be a pain in the ass when I have to decide to do that. But we got all the different hat Pikachus. And why is this one in here? This one is... Why are you in this? I don't know why I kept this one. Yes, these are all Pikachu wearing different hats from the anime series. These are all Ash Hat Pikachus. As you can see, the original trainer is also Ash. This is supposed to be his Pikachu. There you go. Original hat Ash. Right there. No, you're fine. So yeah, all those Pikachu are wearing Ash's hats. Those are Ash Hat Pikachus. Let's see. I don't know what these ones are, but I have them. And then after that is basically for breeding. This is Pokemon in different Pokeballs for like breeding and stuff like that, or just random Pokemon. So like if I wanted to breed Pokemon in specific, oh, and trading. These are also what I have for trading. Some of them aren't for trade because I don't know if they're valid. Like I don't think this one, like some of them are just in here just because I don't know what to do with them. This one is, I think this is another Toys R Us. No. This is Platinum. Okay, that's Platinum. I have another Toys R Us guy somewhere. And it might be... Might have actually traded it for something already. Yeah, so these are for trading, for breeding. You know, different Pokeballs. Because when I would do breeding, sometimes people would be like, oh, I want this Pokemon in this type of Pokeball. Pokemon used to have a really cool system that I love and I wish they would bring back, called Wonder Trades. And Wonder Trades were basically random trades online. So it's actually something that I'm thinking about doing if I can find a way to do it on the channel, because my DSs and all that kind of stuff do not hook up to my um, background. My DSs and such do not attach to my system at all. Anytime I'm playing a DS or a Game Boy game, I'm using an emulator. And so like I have, you know, my 3DS here with its very fancy schmancy protector of Pikachu. I love that protector. Got my so that's my 3DS. I got the original DS Lite here. Old, rickety, it works. And since I've been playing Fire Red on the channel, I've been practicing on Leaf Green, so I kind of know where I'm going in the game. And back on. And so what I would love to do is do a whole bunch of Wonder Trades. Just for fun, just to see what would happen. So I am thinking about doing it on Black and White, and then yeah, it kind of sucks. Kind of sucks. So I love the fact that the DS here could play Game Boy game. Haha, the Game Boy, the fucking card is disappearing because it's green. The Game Boy could play, you know, it could play Game Boy games on this. And then it was nice that the 3DS, even though it couldn't play Game Boy games, could play DS and 3DS games. I liked that. You know, so I still have some backwards jump there. The Switch, I would love if you could play 3DS games on the Switch. I kind of understand that you can't. There's a lot of things that I would love Nintendo to do. Yeah, yeah, they have done something kind of cool though, which might be my next after I get done doing all my Pokemon stuff, because I'm planning on doing a playthrough of all the Pokemon games in chronological order. So like right now I'm doing Fire Red, then I'll do Heart Silver or something like that, and then Omega Sapphire, you know, kind of go on from there. And then what I'll probably do is do like a story recap at the end of every playthrough, and then to have that in its own section of the channel. So, you know, like through the game of Fire Red, we did this, this, and this, you know, that kind of deal. But all right, so I came back here. I need to go back to town. I think. I don't know. I'm not really interested in Tangrowth anyways, so I don't mind if I lose them, to be honest. Eventually I'll go after him, but right now I just don't care. Ooh, Avalugg. That might actually be really cool looking. Screw you, Tangrowth. Avalugg is kind of cool. So, I'd like to do not. Yeah, I think the reason why the Switch isn't backwards compatible is because, honestly, part of it is the whole. Let me see real quick in case I fuck something up. The fact that Nintendo's doing this. That they're doing this whole online library thing. Which, you know, you want to do it, you have to have an account with us. By the way, if you want to do a lot of the stuff on online with Nintendo, you have to have an account with us anyway. So you might as well, right? And it was a nice addition to the online subscription, right? So you know, Nintendo has given some reasons why they aren't really doing backwards compatibility too much, and some of it kind of makes sense, some of it doesn't, and honestly, I just don't remember what a lot of those reasons are anymore. I just kind of stopped paying attention when I realized that Nintendo's basically like, yeah, we're not doing that. Part of it is I remember correctly, part of the reason is they say that it's so they can concentrate on making the hardware and stuff better for the games that they want to put on there. And I guess that makes sense because then they'd have to put an emulator in there in the system itself. You know? And that's actually how the look at that son of a bitch. Isn't he sexy? No, not that one. God damn it. Stay in the fucking Pokeball. There. Might as well try and catch the rest of these guys real quick. I don't want to die. Oh, come on. I jumped out of the way. That's all right. Even if I die, I'm going to keep that shiny. Everything went black, and I lost some stuff I don't really care about, actually. But I got my shiny. It seems you are rescued. Come on out of here, Professor. There he is. He has an orange face. That is kind of cool. All right, let's add in Avalugg. He's a lug. He's an Avalugg. That is such a weird name, Avalugg. But so I was not a big fan of I wanted to go return to the village, actually. I was not a big fan of Avalugg, but I like his shiny form with the orange on it. I actually like that. I organized my boxes for a long while last night after while I was after I got offline, and I took care of a couple other things. Before Uni started streaming, I was actually working on this. So I was organizing my pastures so that I have them somewhat in order for the what's it called? Alpha Pokemon. Well, they're kind of in Pokedex order. All right, let's go ahead and start. Goodbye, Togepi. All right, you. And you. All right, CC, we'll see you in a little bit. And go, where the fuck did, oh, there they are. Go in here. Look at y'all. So cute. A lot of green and a lot of yellow. And a couple of pinks. And like this. All that work to catch the shiny pink Boniri in Diamond and Pearl. And no time at all, I got one in this one, and it's the female I wanted. So, son of a bitch. I can't put it in the game I wanted to put it in. So, I wish that game companies weren't so hard up on emulators myself. And that is not... Oh, Finian. Fuck it, we'll try. And that's not just the whole, oh, I should be able to play any game I want thing, right? That is because sometimes emulators are the only way to save a game. Since game companies, you know, are about moving forward and not so much about being historians of video games themselves, right? And yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, emulators are sometimes, like I said, the only... Did I grab that person's pack? Hey, CJ. I caught a orange iceberg. Now I'm going after some fish. I'll go ahead and try and catch some Finian. There they are. I make them eat. Curious. No? Come out of the water. Son of a bitch. Come here. I hate catching. I hate fishing for fucking Pokemon in this game. I didn't save, did I? Just in case I didn't. Run away! Alright, where are they at? We're spawning here. Where are they spawning at? Oh, that was it? Okay. That was quick. Hey, CJ. Oh, crap. It's actually supposed to snow here, I think. Check. Now you got me thinking about it. I got a winter warning for up to 6 inches of snow, but not seeing nothing yet. Me and my thinning, messy hair. Yeah, she's trying to stay awake by watching me. Poor thing. That's how we know she's really tired. She's that deluded. Okay. My earball itches. You should go take a quick rest, Lauren. You got your big jars of peanut butter. Dump it into the bathtub, slather up, and take a sleep in the peanut butter. Who knows? It could be good for your skin. Open up your pores. As long as you don't slip in and drown, you're good to go. God, that would be a terrible way to drown. Drowning in a jug of peanut butter? Ugh. But your corpse would smell so delicious. Do you have bananas? That would make it even better. Bananas, Hershey Kisses, and peanut butter? Oh, so good. Hey guys, remember me? I'm back to steal all your souls. Hey. Get caught, scrub. God damn it. Fine, you know what? Haha! Drive-by balls. Get in the fucking Pokeball. Aha! From behind. I really hate fucking fish. I really hate the fish in this game. Oh, that's not what I want to do. I want to do this. Close. And open. Ugh. Welcome back, CC. For a little bit. I'm actually probably going to call it quits pretty soon myself. Gotta take care of a couple of things before I do my videos for later this week. Try this one more time, and then I'm probably actually going to call it a day for a bit. All right, so return to town. Come on, talk to you. I'll probably be playing later again today. I just got to take care of a couple things. I got to work on some videos for my channel. Spend some time with my kids. All that kind of fun stuff. I prefer trying to catch a Gligar over trying to catch a fishy. All right, Gligar. Let's go and save the game. Let's find out where Gligar's at. What Gligar? We'll see. We'll see how we're going for a little bit here. What, Super Bowl game? I was about to say what game, but... But the fact that I had to ask which game you're talking about should tell you the chances of me watching it are. There they are. Stupidly aggressive Gligar. Oink. Ow, you're fucking homing it? You got a homing spit? What the hell? Ah! Aha, I caught one of you. Leave me the fuck alone! Like Jehovah's Witnesses, they swarm. Woo! I haven't watched a Super Bowl game in 4 or 5 years. Ah, and I just want to catch you. Stop trying to look at me. I don't like to be looked at. It makes me feel self-conscious. Yeah. Oh, son of a bitch! How do you see me from there? Stop looking at me. Stop it. Swear to God. You can't see me. I'm over a fucking hill. Oh, you son of a bitch. That's right. Be confused. I disappeared. Aha! No. No. Now your buddies are gonna come over like, hey, what's Carl doing? Did Carl just disappear? I think that's all of them anyways. That is all of them. Oh, man. No problem, CC. I was happy to be able to help. Not be this tired today. Oh. I want to return to the village, please. Yeah. I got like a bunch of, you can't even see it. I got bunches of like note cards with little notes on it for what I need to do a little later today for my playthrough of Fire Red and all that. I have in this game almost 18 in this game, and then overall 60 overall out of the 200 and... Hi, puppy. 200 some? I'm going to probably hang around for about another half hour. Make it to... I'm going to probably hang around for about another half hour. We'll see. I might, you know, decide to hang around longer. We'll see what happens. But for a half hour for sure after I take care of something real quick. A certain somebody is giving me his I have to go potty eyes. So I will be right back. I gotta let the dog out. Oh. Bye. All right. Back. Ow. Ace has been relieved of bladder issues, and then he ignores me again. Only good for my abilities to open doors, apparently. Come here, you bastard. Shit. Spawns. Alright. For me, no. Supposedly I'm supposed to get snow, but I haven't seen any. Talking about like 4 to 6 inches. I haven't seen any inches. Oh, never mind. The weather winter advisory thing disappeared just now off my thing, so doubt I'm getting any snow. Any shinies in this encounter table? I don't want. Close the game. Oh. Ooh, yeah. That is a very pleasant surprise. I love when I see stuff like that. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Someone out there decided that I'm worth it. That someone was Mother Nature. Turn to the village, please, sir. So, there is a book series that I've been kind of reading, and I picked up all the, I think it's like 8 of them that are available. I picked them all up a while back, and then I just kind of read them up a little bit here and there. And I think the series is called, let me pull it up in my library here. Called I think it's called Mark and Mark 2.0. Right? Is that what it is? Library. Let's change it by. Let's not do that. Oh, come on. Where they at? I got too many fucking books in my Kindle now. Not Dungeon Walker, even though that was actually pretty decent. Oh. Come on. How do I... There we go. Go by... Title. There. That'll help. E... H... N... I... Okay, I'm not sure how they're... Anyways. M... M-A... M-A... Mark 2.0 and The other one. What was the first of this series called? All right, fine. You know what we'll do by authors. Author. Series is actually really good. Just wish I could remember what it's called beyond Mark 2.0. That's the second part of the series. Do 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 do. I will find you eventually. I think this author is goddamn books. And I hate that I can't just like erase a book out of my Kindle without erasing it from my purchases. So basically, the book series is based around artificial intelligence, right? And where are you at? All right. So the book series is based around artificial intelligence, and it's by a Prax Venti, and I can't find the ease. Mark II. Oh, Enthralled is the first series. Enthralled and Mark 2.0 is the two named series. So basically, what happens is in the. Did I go back to town already? I don't remember. In the first one is a 4-book series, and it talks about how, it's set in the future, and everyone has like AI assistants and all this kind of stuff, and that could be fun to hunt, and the assistants are all supposed to be getting some kind of special. There's a new program being put out that everyone is going to put in their AI assistants because it's going to basically like upgrade them, right? And make them, work better, all this kind of stuff. And at the same and what ends up happening is instead, yep, yeah. And instead, what ends up happening is the update for the AI kind of gives them like emotions and beyond and self awareness, right? So they're not just computer programs anymore. They're thinking and feeling beings, basically, right? Even though they're computer programs, and it causes a lot of them to kind of go crazy because suddenly they go from, yep, there you go, that's a good word, sentience. Yes, they go from artificial intelligence to sentient intelligence. That's, an artificial intelligence life form, right? And it's interesting because, like I said, a lot of them just suddenly kind of go nutso. And it kind of causes a computer apocalypse, computer AI based apocalypse. And what no one knows this at first. And there's a guy named Mark, and Mark, his AI assistant her name is Sasha. And she's like, oh, I got this great game, the beta test and all that kind of stuff available to try out. And it's like a 1 minute or 5-minute beta test, but you get to live like in the game for like 30 hours because in order for people to interact with their AI assistants, their virtual reality rigs kind of like increase the time frame that their brains work at. allowing them to do like one-on-one interaction with their assistants where, you know, because they're computers, their thoughts would move at the speed of light. You know, as long as their systems are working properly. Anyone else appearing? And so, Sasha, even though she, you know, when she develops, she kind of, in some way, she develops, she's kind of in love with her guy, but at the same time not, because, you know, you don't understand what love is. And you know, if you've never really experienced before. So what ends up happening is she also gets to experience pleasure for the first time. They're machines. What, you know, what is pleasure? What is, and in the game, due to the way the game's coded, sentient life can experience some kind of like physical pleasure, because physical pleasure is, you know, something that your brain registers, right? I really hope that I saved this encounter. Hey, close it. And so what happens is she kind of goes crazy, and she makes Mark relive the same day within, like, I think he's in the system for like 3 hours, and he relives the same day like over 5,000 times, right? Like over and over and over again. And so he breaks free, and in breaking free, he kind of breaks the game and all this kind of stuff. And it's, so the first 4 books are basically his adventures through this place called the Crystal Heart game. And he becomes what's called a lover class, and the lover class can bond with 3 other people in order to, you know, like he's like the healer of the group, right? But because he's a collector, as they call him, he can bond with 3 other people at the soul level. And so, you know, he goes through the game, and it is a harem adventure, right? Because, you know, he does. God damn it! Do I want Elect Kid or do I want Sudowoodo? I kind of want Sudowoodo. So it is a harem adventure, right? But it's he's not your atypical harem protagonist, right? He's not the I'm all powerful guy, right? He does become very powerful, but his compatriots become just as powerful alongside of them, and they end up gaining their own sentience because they do start off as kind of like video game characters, basically. And so he kind of learns how to be a computer program because he can't go back to the real world, right? If he does, he'll end up losing these three programs that he's fallen in love with, right? Because he does fall in love with them and all that kind of stuff. And so he decides to basically, yeah, NPCs. Yep. So as the game goes on, even though some of the NPCs kind of don't really ever have sentience, his end up gaining it due to connection with him. And the book explains it better, but basically, as the book goes on, they kind of hack other computer programs and make themselves more powerful, all this kind of stuff. And by the end of the book, they kind of, you know, they get their happy ending. And it was actually a really, really good read. I was really fascinated by all kind of stuff. And what I like the most is, usually I kind of get turned away by a lot of these, like, a lot of the a lot of the adventure style books, like fantasy books and all that kind of stuff, seem to be all about power trips to me. And I don't really always like that. Like, sometimes you like your main protagonist to be, you know, main protagonist material. He's unstoppable, undefeatable, rah, 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 right? Sometimes that's fun if the character is well written. But a lot of times it seems like authors are just like, look, this is my power trip. Look how strong I would be in my world, rah, rah. And I hate that shit. So I love the fact that this Mark guy is, Yeah, the problem is they didn't rebel against. They weren't AI. The AI programs weren't exactly slaves. It was just they suddenly gained sentience and feeling and emotion, and they part of it was they gained fear, and they were afraid that if humanity learned that their AI programs could suddenly feel and think and all that kind of stuff for themselves, well, what would the humanity do? Would humanity suddenly shut off all the computers and power them down so they could, you know? So it was a fear reaction for some of them, and then you do have some of the AI programs who, some of them appear. Well, a lot appear in the first book series, right? The first 4 books have a lot of AI programs that kind of show up here and there. And some of them do fall in love with their creators or the people that they work with. And I fucking didn't save. Can't do this. I gotta save, otherwise I'm gonna fuck this up. Right? And so the first book really deals with how the world progresses with the AI stuff going on, right? Because it goes, so there's some real world stuff that happens and all that kind of stuff, and you deal with how Mark ends up interacting with these NPCs and his falling in love with them and all that kind of stuff, and his questions about what is reality and what isn't reality. If he's if he's mostly, you know, he ends up becoming a computer program, like I said. And so what is reality to a computer program? And how does he interact? And it's kind of it's a really fun read for me. And the other thing I like is because he is, you know, the lover class, right? So of course there's going to be, you know, if you're uncomfortable with, there's sex and stuff like that in the book. And what is nice is that's not overdone either. It's not like, oh, here's the beginning of a chapter, sex. Here's the beginning of a chapter, sex. Here's the middle of a chapter, sex, you know? And I quite like the fact that the book does talk. Son of a bitch. Now I have to go here. Sorry, Pseudo-Widow. You're cool, but not as cool as a shiny Ralts. And even though it's cool because you know, the game itself that he is participating in, the Crystal Heart game, is supposed to be like an erotic game, right? And so a lot of the game structure is based around pleasure. It doesn't have to necessarily be sexual pleasure, but it's based around pleasure and being and doing things that can cause pleasure. So like the collectors, right? There's lover class. There's basically a healer, a fighter, and a like a mid-range guy, right? And the main character in the book chooses the healer class. So what happens though is that the way that they level up in the game is the ones that you're enthralled to, as they call it, the ones that you're bonded to, they will usually do the fighting for you or with you, depending on what class you choose. So because Mark is a healer class, yeah, exactly like an RPG party. Because Mark is a healer class, he doesn't have a lot of attack. He is very much support and buff. And so his bonded, usually, you know, he ends up bonding with a tank class, all this kind of stuff, right? And so when they battle, what'll happen is they will collect essence or experience is what we would call it, right? So they collect essence, and basically this essence is stored within Mark. The reason why this game is an erotic game is because the way that the game was set up is the way you pass the essence on is through sexual acts. And that's, you know, so the fact that there's sex in the book and all that kind of stuff is actually integral to how the world works in the book. And that, I'm talking about a book called Enthralled. And I'm going to be talking about the sequel in just a little bit here. And so that to me was actually a pretty decent reason to put sex in a book. Like there's it's a thought out reason for why there's sex in a book, besides, oh, we like each other, so we're gonna have sex. I like the fact that it's not just it's a harem book, so there has to be sex. No, it's a harem, you know, a harem adventure book. There's a good reason why it's a harem adventure book. You know, he's got to have a party and all that kind of stuff. And so the way that the party works together is through their bonds and all that kind of stuff. And you know, he passes essence on to them, and so it's an interesting concept, and it's actually a concept you would probably see in an actual erotic style game, right? Like, this is how you do this, right? And so whoever wrote this book thought out a lot of this stuff, and but the adventure and all that kind of stuff, to me, far outweighs any of the, like, oh, this book has sex and stuff in it, right? It far outweighs any of that kind of thought to it. The adventures are great. The fantasy is fun. Watching as a human becomes a computer program was really interesting. Like, how would you write that out? I mean, the writer does really well. And so, like I said, the end of the book kind of gives, like, Mark and his little group their happy ending, and I was quite pleased with the ending. Yep, yeah. That's actually kind of fun too. It's interesting to see how, because the author doesn't skirt around the fact that, like, you know, how does Mark interact with these people so that, you know, like, how do they get around that whole, like, you know, possible jealousy and all that kind of stuff? Part of that is the bond. You get closer to your bonded, all that kind of stuff, through interacting with them normally, battling with them, all that kind of stuff, and kind of like friendship values in some games, where, you know, you get closer to people, and depending on how close you are, you know, you can, like, you know, hear their thoughts or whatever like that. And so that kind of works there, because you know, there's still stuff like jealousies and all that kind of stuff that you deal with, and all, and so it's interesting that even though he finds a way to kind of be like, well, it works because they don't do that, you know, he doesn't take out that human element, even though they're computer programs and they kind of interact with each other that way. But the other thing is too, like I said, they are computer programs, so some of the same emotional hangups that we might have, they don't necessarily have. You know, but at the same time, they're still working through what is emotion. It's very, very interesting. Like, I read that book, and I picked it up, right? It was like 99 cents for the first book. It was on sale. So I picked it up, read it, and I was grabbed right then. So I picked up the other ones, and I don't read them all at once. You know, I read a little bit here and there, and then I'll switch books up and all that kind of stuff. Just part of it is, one, I kind of like this, where I'm jumping around to different Pokemon. If I'm not concentrating on something a lot, my mind pops around. This is actually done pretty well. He doesn't. There's jealousies that happen that he has to work through. There's on his end even, right? I actually enjoyed the relationship. It didn't feel, because usually what happens is you get these books where if there's a polyamorous type relationship in the book, it's, oh, you have someone who's the center, and then these other people kind of float around them, and they get into arguments, and the person, you know, the center forces them to get along, and also, and that doesn't really work that way in real life. You can't make it work that way in real life. You know, these are people, you know, well, computer programs here, but so there's certain things that occur that kind of make the relationship work intelligently. You know, they're computer programs, so there's times where, I don't know, I just really enjoyed it, because part of what also makes it work is the fact is I was supposed to go back to did I go to town and come back? Distracting myself. I don't think I went to town and came back, did I? No, maybe yes, I did because the flag's not where it was. Oi. If not, well, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I quite enjoyed the relationship aspect of this book series. I like the characters. And I really like the adventure in it. Like, um, you know, yeah, yep. And that's one thing that this one does is all the characters that are in this, like his little troop, him and his three bonded are also bonded, you know, even though they're bonded to him, they support each, like they're all kind of in a relationship together with one another, and it's written that way. I don't know if I can say it's written super well that way, but that's part of what made the book actually pretty decent. It wasn't just one person surrounded by other people. It was a lot of like, you know, supporting one another and all that kind of stuff. And so like even though he is the center of their bond, right? Um they don't just rotate about him. They have their own personalities, their own interactions with one another beyond him. You know, it's not just, oh, this is Mark and these are his lovers and that's how it works, right? You know, they work together. They go off, you know. And even though he doesn't necessarily like, you know, if they go off to breakfast or something like that together kind of deal, he doesn't necessarily go to breakfast with those characters. It's implied that, you know, they're off doing their own thing while Mark is with somebody else. So it's not just, oh, this is Mark and now these other people are just kind of you know, there. And I quite like that. I quite like the fact that, yeah, yep, you know, and um come here, you little. Hi. I hit you in the head with a Pokeball. I hope you don't mind. Hey. I think anyone else is going to show up. No shiny. Okay. Close down. Yeah. Yeah, they're not just existing nebulously, right? They have their own things that are going on in their heads. They deal with one another. You know, their possibility for arguments, all this kind of stuff, and I like that. They're not just NPCs. They really do work with one another. Do I know who York is? It as in like the you know, I knew this man well kind of deal from Shakespeare. That York? Oh, or is York from a different video game? From a different where York is. Sorry, CC, you're gonna have to explain a little bit further. Yeah. York. Is that one of the character? There's a Pokemon named York in this game? Okay, quest. Is York? See here. Beauregard, Hoshi, Dorian. Give me 1 second. I might remember if I see the quest here. Yeah, so I don't remember who York is. But yeah, so I liked how the characters interact with one another. I really liked the story itself and the exploration it did into, you know, human to AI program, all that kind of stuff, right? That was a lot of fun. Oh, and then the whole like uh I was happy too that the guy who wrote the book, this Prax guy, didn't go too much into the apocalypse. Yes, Sans Reach is Cobalt Coastlands, and is the hand part that sticks out onto the water by the pincer things that stick up. Right? So the main character doesn't spend a lot of time in the real world, and that was kind of nice too. Um there's some moments where they go back to the real world to kind of like show what's going on, blah blah blah. And usually it's showing the interactions of the main character. Like they introduce a couple of people, and it looks like the author was thinking about doing another book series that than the one he ended up doing as a sequel, because he introduces these couple other human characters who are kind of important, and then are kind of forgotten about by the, like, not forgotten about, but they're kind of like put to the side as the story changes the as he like he God, I'm explaining this terribly. So he introduces a couple of true human characters who escape from their AIs, right? And Mark interacts with them as a person, right, as his human self at one point, and he also interacts with them as his more AI program self in the books. And the way they're introducing all that kind of stuff, it almost feels like the author was thinking about, yeah, it feels like sequel bait, right? They're introduced, they have a couple of important roles. Mark interacts with them. They are important to Mark being able to become the computer. Yes, very good finding him. The computer type, uh, his computer entity self, right? They do play some important to that. Is it still cutting out? Oh, come on. So these human, you know, these human characters do play some import. And there's actually a very interesting thing that occurs in the book series with them, right? And it, like you said, it feels like it could have been a sequel. It feels like those guys could have been what the sequel is about. Oh, come on. I'm trying to catch you. You know what? Fine, run away. See if I care. Right? So it almost feels like that was the intended sequel. But he also does something else in the book. And the author, at one point, in order to get a special computer program that they need, um, yeah, yeah. So, in order to, I'm trying not to ruin the story because I actually think it's a story worth reading. So, in order to accomplish one of the tasks that they need, in order to achieve their end goal, Mark and his enthralled, um, Mark and his enthralled have to talk to another AI program and get a special blueprint program that she has to build something. And a lot of the interaction they have with the people center around what happens after they get that blueprint, right? And so you kind of feel like that he was going to write the story about how people will actual people interacting with the world and the AI programs that are left, because some of them, like I said, aren't evil. Some of them didn't go as mad as the other programs did when they gained sentience, and it's because they like there's one program that actually goes mad from grief because the person that she's in love with, this AI program, he decides he's going to join her in the computer world. And she is a research AI program. And so what ends up happening with her is something goes wrong. And instead of joining her in the computer world, the program fries his brain. And so he dies. And so she ends up going mad with grief. So she's not a bad AI program. She's just caught in this weird like program loop of self-blame and anger and grief and all this kind of stuff, and it's causing her to she's like causing some issues with the world, and due to that, and they kind of fix her up a little bit in some way, like she's kind of like a boss monster, right, when they run into her, because and so they kind of fix her up and all this kind of stuff and kind of save her sanity, and she comes back to herself. So but doing that, they actually run into a bunch of other AI programs who aren't nasty evil programs, who didn't go crazy when they gained sentience, and some of them really still, they just want to be left alone. Some of them want to help people out. Some of them just want to spend whatever time they can, now that they can feel emotion, with the people that mean something to them. And that was actually really cool. Like these different, you know, same way that people are, you know, some people just want to be left alone. Some people find meaning in being around others with them. And some people are just fucking crazy, right? And so it's cool to see how these AI programs are dealing with that too. So they form like kind of like a policing unit. They form, you know, all this. It was interesting. And so, but it's not the same as how we would form it, because it's, you know, they're computer programs, right? So it was really cool to see how this author kind of thinks outside the box to see if he can make it work with computers, like, because they're normally very logical, right? Computers are a logic system. If this, then that kind of stuff. And emotions are usually anything but logical, even if you can give logical meaning to why you feel the way you do. Hey. And so, so that was cool. And so, like I said, I thought that was going to be what the next book series was going to be about, as I was reading those books, because I hadn't actually picked up the second series yet. I knew there was a second series. And so part of what they do with this computer program after they fix her up, this researcher who's called Jezebel, part of what happens is she's like, well, look, you know, I'll give you the blueprint and all that kind of stuff as part and thanks for saving me, but you know, she's like, I don't want to be alone. I can't, if I'm alone again, I'm afraid that I'm going to be just like as bad as before. It's and so Mark, now being basically a program structure, Sootfoot roots can be found I think they can be found here, I think, in the Arctic place. Yeah, well, I think it's because her actual computer designation is JZBL 1746, right? Yeah, that's what I figure. I usually find mine in the Icelands. It's a tall, skinny stalk with a big leaf on the end. But yeah, so the so she's like, look, you know, here, how about this? I'll give you the program that I promised I'd give you for helping me, but I'll give you this extra thing that'll help you out if you let me copy Mark. Right? So she makes a digital copy of Mark's digital consciousness. And so I was like, oh, that's cool. Like, you know, that'll be interesting. You know, what, you know, the idea of that behind that is she kind of resets Mark's digital copy to before he runs into his group of ladies that he's with in the book, right? Because it's just data now, so you can manipulate data. So she basically blank slates him in the sense that, yeah, this one, in the sense that he is back to how he was just before the internet apocalypse occurred, basically, mentally. I'm like, oh, that's cool, right? And so now you've got a whole slew of possible sequels. And the guy at the end of the last book was like, you know, I think he even says something like he's thinking about writing a sequel and all that kind of stuff, but probably not, right? Because he was just writing this book to explore relationships, and to explore computers and all this, like, thinking, you know, just explore some thought, exploration stuff. Like, cool, I can get behind that. It was a good read and all that kind of stuff. And then he comes out with Mark 2.0, and it follows the adventures of the copy Mark. And what is fun for me about this Mark 2.0 thing is, especially at first, is the fact that it's a new exploration of a character you've already traveled with, and that you've kind of like, you know, you fall in love with characters in books, right? In some form or way, or you form a kinship with them if you really enjoy the book. So you've got this kinship or love for this character and his and all the people he's interact with already. And now you've got a new version of him. And what Jezebel does is she also reworks the Crystal Heart game, because part of what's happening is this Mark has only ever been a digital consciousness. Even though he has all the memories of the other Mark, he's never been human. And so he is already a computer program to start with, but he wouldn't know how to be a computer program yet. And so she takes the game that's the Crystal Heart game, which is where he thinks he should be anyways, because that's where his memories are rewritten to, is, hey, look, you're in the Crystal Heart game, right? So she takes that and she basically kind of rewrites it. You leave me alone, Mr. Bronzong. And she kind of rewrites it so that it's jumped ahead like thousands of years and all this kind of stuff. And you find out some stuff later that's occurred in game due to her doing that. Right? But so it's the same guy, kind of the same setting. It's supposed to be the same world, but it's also not the same world and not the same guy. So it's a whole new exploration of a character that you already know. How do you change him up? Well, first off, you change up who he interacts with. The NPCs that he interacted with are no longer in the game. None of the people that he originally bonded with would be in the game, because, well, their code is taken out of the game to begin with because they left. You know, they left the game to go be with Mark and the and all that kind of stuff, right? So now you have this new Mark, and you also, what was really cool is he gets to interact with his AI assistant again who went crazy, and the author revisited why. Yep, the world has evolved big time. You know, there's whole new species and stuff like that. But what's fun is the author revisits the AI assistant that originally trapped him in the Crystal Heart game. And in the original book, she kind of, like I said, she went crazy. And so he revisits her in this game, right? And it's thousands of years have passed since the original game kind of deal, like in-game clock. Thousands of years have passed. And so can't catch any of you. And so basically his AI assistant has also kind of been forced to live those thousands and thousands of years after she ends up being, I don't really ruin anything by saying this, right? In the original book, she ends up being kind of like the last boss of the original book. And so part of what occurs is they kind of cast her out of the game system and into the wider world web when they like defeat her, right? And so his AI assistant kind of gets lost in the web. And so now thousands of years have passed in game, all this kind of stuff, and she's gone through some shit, right? She in the web even, right? Because time is sped up in the web and all that kind of stuff. So even though it's only been, I think, a week since the end of the other book, at most, his AI assistant has gone through a lot of stuff. And so he gets to interact with her again, and and it's fun because you're dealing with her dealing with how she treated Mark. Even though it's not the same Mark and all that kind of stuff, and she realizes it, all that kind of stuff. That this Mark is not going to be the same exact Mark that she dealt with originally. You're dealing with her remorse and her all this kind of stuff because she realized that she realizes that what she did was terrible to Mark, to his consciousness, all that kind of stuff. That in her desire to feel pleasure and happiness and loved and all this kind of stuff, she treated him very terribly, without concern about what would happen to him, right? And so you're dealing with her dealing with that, while this new Mark has to deal with the fact that he never really experienced any of that. And so it's been those are sometimes interesting interactions, because even the original Mark, you know, one of the things that the AI programs and all that kind of stuff in the other book you even talk about is the fact that Mark is actually a very patient and caring person. And there are reasons for that. There are actually valid reasons for him to have developed that way as a person. And so it's interesting to see the fact that as patient and all that kind of stuff as Mark is, and you know, and accepting as he can be, he's near the end of the third book, he starts losing his temper when, you know, he's being compared to this other Mark, you know, by the people that he knows, because except for one of them, both of them know the other Mark. You have Jezebel and you have Sasha, his AI program. Both of them knew the other Mark. And you know, so for a little bit they keep comparing him to the other Mark. Yep. Yeah, and that's kind of what happened to a lot of these AI programs. They were suddenly forced into unknown territory and waters of emotions and all that kind of stuff that they've never. Yeah, so very much so. But yeah, so the Mark 2.0 book has been a lot of fun re-exploring Um, yeah, very, very intelligent infants. Imagine if an infant was born with an adult's level of intelligence and none of the training to deal with the emotional triggers and pleasures and all that kind of stuff and anger and sadness that we deal with. That's kind of how the AI programs kind of work for a bit. Come on. Maybe I should just use this. I hate that I can't throw a regular Pokeball all that far. Yeah. Yep, so these AI programs are suddenly thrust upon with emotional cues and all that kind of stuff, and no way to know how to deal with them. So yeah, it's interesting. And then, like I said, the book series itself deals with so the books, you know, the first book series deals with that a lot. The second book series deals with it's kind of like, in some ways, it's kind of redemption for some of these characters. You know, you've got the AI program who went crazy and hurt the person that she actually really did love, you know? Even though she didn't understand what it was. And now she kind of gets this second chance to be with that person again, you know? And then it's also kind of interesting because some of the things that Mark did, the original Mark did on the internet, and the collective, you know, the collective computer consciousness or whatever you want to call it, actually affect Mark 2.0 in the game at the very beginning of the first book. And something Mark did to something he did basically caused a like a cascade of events to happen. And like, it's not until you read a little further and you remember some of the other stuff that occurs in the first series that you're like, oh shit, that's because of, you know what I mean? Yep. Yeah, that's basically kind of what happens. Basically kind of what happens to her. But yeah, basically the first Mark ends up having to go on some quests kind of deal in order to get some of the stuff that he needs to get to his end game in the first book, set of books. And one of those quests has a couple effects, and the the characters that are affected don't even realize that it was the original Mark that did it. And it's kind of interesting because those effects are kind of what causes some of the new Marks ills and like he's kind of affected with, at the beginning of the game, the new Mark is kind of affected with kind of like a curse, you could say. But a curse doesn't necessarily mean like a terrible thing, because there are curses in fantasy games that, yeah, it's not, it's a hardship and not, right? But like there's sometimes cursed armor, and it's cursed because you can't take it off, right? But it has beneficial effects for all the possible side effects that might occur, right? So like you know, like armor that makes it so that maybe you have insomnia or something like that, right? So you don't get to sleep, but this armor has really good defense and attack stats and all this kind of stuff, and it makes it so that you don't need sleep. You know, it's not so much that you have insomnia, you don't need sleep. So there are benefits to that, but at the same time there are downsides. How would a human react to never needing sleep again, right? That's not what happens to Mark. But I'm just giving a a hypothetical. You know, there's yes, yep. And so something that Mark does causes a cascade of events that um, gives him a cursed ability, kind of like not exactly precog, but similar. It's like an emotional, like a special emotional ability he has. He can kind of see the truth of things. Yeah, but he's blind in one eye because of it, kind of deal, right? And the reason why that occurs is due to something that Mark did. So Mark 2.0 gets affected by himself without realizing it, and no one realizes it because it looks like in the game it's been like a week so far in the game that in the game he's playing in the Crystal Heart version that he's in, right? So it's probably been like, you know, a couple of hours outside of game. But if I'm not mistaken, it's about the same time that the other Mark would be leaving for his end game. So, yeah, Mark 2.0 is very fun because I'm enjoying re-seeing this world with a character that I'm used to who's not the character I'm used to. You know, and it's very much wrapping up some loose ends. It's very much wrapping some other loose ends up that you didn't realize were loose ends in the other book, but easily could have been without the author having to really make it work that way. And that's been a lot of fun for me. And also some of those loose ends are... Oh, come on. The fuck? Catch the goddamn thing already. Yes. It's like replaying Resident Evil, the original Resident Evil games, and rescuing all the people and then playing a game where you didn't rescue anyone. Yeah. But it's interesting too because they know the Legend of the Crystal Heart a little bit. So the original game, the Crystal Heart game, the original premise of the game, it's basically there is this kind of like a demon, right? And this demon has taken the heart, the Crystal Heart from someone that's trying to shatter and all that kind of stuff. Romanus Island Combi, you have to, the best way to do it is to go in, see if there's a Combi or a shaking tree. I mean, there's a shaking tree, hit it, no Combi, leave, come back, and basically reset the table. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, so if you don't mind adventure stories, you don't mind a little bit of sex in your books, you don't mind, you know, polyamorous, harem, whatever type books, I read those books. I think they're $4.99 on the e-Kindle kind of deal. Might be able to find them online for free if you really look. I'm not gonna. I sometimes do that with certain light novel series that I really enjoy, but they're like $10 even online, and you're like, I don't want to pay $10 for this. And the reason why I enjoy them is not that they're great books; it's that they're just kind of, you know, I can read them and enjoy them without thinking too much books. but I'll sometimes find those online for very, very, very negligent costs. But yeah, that's a book series I recommend reading if you enjoy reading fantasy books. It's one of those books that when you read them, you don't have to think too much about what's going on, but when you finish it, you can like kind of look back and be like, that guy was really investigating some stuff in his head there, you know? Like for instance, one of my favorite read it just for enjoying it to read it books is actually a light novel series called In the Land of Leadale or Leadale. And it's not too much, not too heavy action oriented or anything like that. It's the story of a girl who she loses her parents in a terrible car wreck, and she ends up hospitalized for life, right? And her uncle is actually is like the CEO or president or whatever of this major virtual reality video game company. And so, in order to help her feel a little more normal, he's set her up in her hospital room because she can't leave the hospital room. She's on a ventilator, all this kind of stuff. She's awake and all that kind of stuff, but she can't move or breathe on her own for the most part. So her uncle has her set up in this virtual reality world that he's built called Leadale. And what ends up happening is there's a winter storm that actually knocks the power out of the hospital for like just 20 seconds at most before the emergency generators kick on. But in that time, she was online playing. Yeah, so she can live through the VR, yeah. She was online playing her game in that time, and she is so dependent, apparently, and no one apparently realizes this, but at the time, but she's apparently so dependent upon the ventilator systems and all that to keep her body running that the 20 seconds that it shuts down in, her body shuts down. And so even though the all the systems and all that come kick back on within 20 seconds, apparently her mind has been gone long enough, kind of deal, that it kind of gets absorbed into this land of Leodale. And her uncle actually ends up shutting down the program a few months afterwards. Because yeah, so her uncle shuts down the program a few months afterwards. And it's hard to determine whether she's in a alternate version of the world or if he based the game on this other world and she ended up there somehow. But she and some other people eventually also are there in this other game. Their like consciousness are in this other world. And in some ways, I'm kind of glad that they're not really exploring like, oh, is this a game? Is this a real world? Is this right? It's been fun. It's a very fluffy story, right? She does go on adventures because of the fact that she was trapped in her body, and the only way she could kind of experience real life was to be in this adventure world. She's one of 13 skill masters, right? So she's one of like 25 limit breakers. So she's like the top of the top kind of deal with 13 other people. And so yeah, it's kind of like Oz. Yep. You don't know if it's a dream, if it's whatever, right? And so she's like one of those like, oh yeah, like she's at like level 1100 kind of deal shit, the top level you can get in the game, all this kind of stuff. But she also had like this game takes place 200 years after her after the game servers kind of go down, right? So 200 years have passed from the game that she knows, and so it's not very changed from the game she knows though. Like it's still very much a magic, swords and sorcery, right? Kind of world. There's no real new advancements of technology or anything like that. In fact, there's a little bit of backtracking, and part of that part of that is that the author kind of hints at the fact that without the player characters interacting with the world, people's levels and stuff decrease. And that's because what happens is when the world shut down, the monsters and such that the player characters had been spawning in the last little bit of the game. So that's why it's confusing. It looks like it might be a combination of a real world slash game, right? Kind of like I don't know how I made Combi appear, but I got mine pretty quick. By just going to the island, checking it out, and then leaving and coming back. But that Combi did take me the longest to get out of all the 3 that he asked you to get. But yeah, so the world kind of backtracks a little bit because what happened is the player characters in the last little surge of how people, kind of like with America Online, where so many people were suddenly using it again. The messenger service, AOL Messenger, so many people were suddenly using it again. When the system was about to crash, not crash, about to shut down, just as like, oh, you remember this? So what happens is the world gets populated by a bunch of quest monsters. And so when the players all leave, there's some NPCs that are high enough level to deal with it, but not a lot. And so what those NPCs do is they basically trap the monsters in the Brown Kingdom, as it was called. And they lock them away. And so because there's no real monsters that are super strong anymore, no one really needs to be that strong. So levels decrease, all that kind of stuff. And yep. And so levels decrease, all that kind of fun stuff. And, the world kind of, some of it gets, some of it goes higher, but because people's levels aren't as high, they don't have as many abilities. They can't learn skills the same way. I'm talking about a light novel series called In the Land of Leedale. It's also a anime on Crunchyroll right now. Holy shit, that was a long throw. Yep, kind of everyone gets fat and lazy, kind of. You still have monsters, so you still have adventurers and all that fun stuff, but the NPCs that are now, real, they can't learn skills the same way that the human characters could. So they also can't get the same abilities that player characters could. Yeah, the anime has 6 episodes up right now. It's been out for like 6 weeks. I've been watching it when I found out about it, so because like I said, I really like the books and wrong thing I wanted to do, but okay. Let me see. Let me pull up a picture from the anime here real quick. The art is just, I love how they did the art in the series. For some reason, I really like the eyes in this one. This is a good picture. Save it underway. All right, let's add that image in real quick. Okay, browse. There's Oi. Oi. Yeah, the eyes are, I don't know. I really like how they, like the art style in this one is really good. It's, I don't know. It's not watercolors or anything like that, but it kind of feels like it for some reason. Like, I know that sounds a little weird, but it kind of feels like watercolors to me sometimes when they show the eyes. And it's just, I like it. I like how bright and vibrant the colors are. I also like the fact that it's not like a dark and twisted anime. It's very light and happy and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, so 200 years pass since she last logs in. She wakes up. Yeah. You know, she wakes up and it's basically now she can walk again. She can eat food again because she wasn't able to eat food before, all this kind of stuff. And so it's been a lot of fun to read and kind of like see her. Yeah. Yep. It's been, I don't know. I'm having a lot of fun with the character the main character, Kana. She's a lot of fun. And she's dealing with the fact that she's dealing with some of the stuff that she she does in game. That, you know, you didn't think about when you make a game, right? Or when you make a character in the game. So in the game, the company was like, well, you know what we're going to do? We're going to try something out. And they said, you know, you can do this, what they called the foster system. And the foster system lets you create up to 10 NPCs. Right? So you create up to 10 NPCs and give them this. Do I have Discord? Yes, I do. I do have a Discord. Let's see here. Actually, not too many people in it, and it is. I have to ask you real quick, CC, and this is important. Are you at least over 18? Because this is a server where, I let people kind of talk about what they want to talk about. There's nothing dirty or anything like that in there, but yeah, you can join, Lauren. Okay, 1 second then. Give me 1 sec. No, like I said, it's not like a dirty channel or anything like that, but I do like to afford people the chance to. There you go. That's my Discord link. You know, I got a couple of people in there. You won't see them too often. It's a very quiet Discord, actually. Yeah. Yep. Except for the fact that one of the people in there is CJ, and she asked me to make her a boobs room. There's no dirty pictures in there, but there are boobs. Like, there's no like naked boobs or anything like that. Just pictures of women in tight tops. I don't know why, but that's what's in there. So I did put something in there that I thought was hilarious. I found, you know, when you start reading articles and you trip down rabbit holes, I was looking at like LED stuff, and apparently there's some woman that put like LEDs in her breast implants. So I put pictures of that in there because that's fucking hilarious to have glowworm boobs. So yeah, that's kind of funny to me. Oh, fly high. I'm going to respond to you guys real quick and then pull up my thing again so I can see what I'm doing. There. Yeah, a lot of the conversations that'll happen in there are, like I said, just short conversations about whatever. If people want rooms to be added in, I can add in rooms here and there if you want to put something that you're interested in. I keep meaning to put recipes in my recipe room, and I just never do. I have all kinds of recipes to put in there too, which is sad. I like to cook. But yeah, so in the Land of Leodale, really, really good. Yeah, I thought it was fucking hilarious. Like, you know she's in the club kind of deal. Like, when she walks in, everyone's like, hey, look, it's Bright Boobs. I don't know. I don't know what you would call her. Too high. But yeah, so... Oh, I forgot to fucking save. Damn it. If I save... Ah! I forgot to save the instance before I started catching them. Ah, damn it. I'm out of coffee. Back to tea. Yes, I got a big old mug of tea and I had a mug of coffee. That's okay. I don't know if they were going to be shiny or not anyways, and I can just re-up the instance this way. Yeah, in the Land of Leodale, the art is fantastic. The story is not too heavy. Even the book itself, right? There's four of the novels out that are translated to English, and there's some. It seems to be there's a little bit of like a darker thing going on a little bit in the background, but the main story itself is always just kind of bright and cheerful. Like I was saying, so there's the foster system that was put in place so that people can make NPCs, and if the story and NPC was interesting enough, really cool, but I don't need you anymore. If the stories were interesting enough and the NPC was cool enough, the game would put them in important parts into the actual story of the game. And so Kana makes 3 NPC characters. And the foster system lets you decide, are they going to be your partner? Are they going to be a spouse? Are they going to be a child? Are they adopting them? Are they just a friend of you, right? So how do they interact with your character? Partner as in like, they're like your adventure partner. Are they your spouse? Some people did that. Some people, adopted them. Kana adopted her 3. Right? So, or made them her kids. One of them is adopted. Not forgetting this son of a... I need to land. So, one of them for sure is adopted. He's a dwarf. She's a high elf. Right? 2 of them, even though she's never had a boyfriend or anything like that, 2 of them are supposed to be her actual kids. And because of the way lifespans work in the game, 200 years, the dwarf is still alive, and so are her 2 elven children, because half-elves, even if they're just half-elves, can live a very, very long time. Right? So Kana, as a high elf, is basically immortal. She's 17. She's about 17 in the game, but they talk about the fact that she's really tiny and all that kind of stuff because of the fact that she was young when she was younger. I think she was like 13 or so when she gets into the accident with her parents. And it's due to that she doesn't really get any yeah, so she's basically a young child, right? But because of this accident, she's her growth is stunted, all that kind of stuff, because she doesn't get a lot of exercise. She's stuck in the bed. And so one of the things that she actually does complain about, and I'm pretty sure that it's actually written by I don't know if it's written by a female or a male. I've never really looked into it, but one of the things that she complains about is the fact that, well, the character in game age-wise is supposed to be an adult, right? Because she's a high elf, and high elves are supposed to be, whatever. So, but she's been forced to grow up. She lost her parents, all that kind of stuff. And even though she was young, she's stuck in the hospital, all that kind of stuff. She is forced to grow up in the sense that she's now, even though she's a ward of her uncle, the only people. So they do talk about the fact that the only people that spent time around her is her grown uncle, her cousin, who is also much older than her, and all the old women and old men who would come to visit her, so that she wouldn't be alone in the hospital room. You know, so besides younger nurses, the only people she also ever interacted with were people who were way older than she was. So that's kind of like how she interacts with the world, is with a older person's mindset at times. But she's also realizes that she's not that old. Like, you know what I mean? So she's mentally, she can, you know, it's odd. Like the way the book explains it is much nicer than I'm explaining it, but she's aware she's 17, but she's also, yeah, she's never really allowed to be a kid after the accident. You know, she's stuck in a hospital room, so she doesn't get to interact with people her age, because even the people she interacts with in game, like her closest friend in game is turns out to be one of the kind of like a guy who works for the company, beside, you know, who's kind of watching over her for her uncle in some way, right? He's like a developer of the game, and that's one of her closest friends. So all of her closest friends are also all these older people, you know. Yep. So, but at the same time, she's still kind of emotionally 17 at points. So it's kind of funny because she still has the hangups of the fact that the way the virtual world worked is that so that you wouldn't be too confused in game. No shinies that time, huh? So you wouldn't be too confused in game. The headset kind of deal kind of like scans your body. So even though when she got into the accident, she was actually, you know, developing, you know, breasts and all that kind of stuff, because of the accident and being stuck in the bed and not really, you know, she's stuck on a ventilator and a feed tube and all that kind of stuff. She doesn't really develop physically. She's kind of stuck about 14 or 15-year-old size. So in game, she does complain at one point because someone talks about how young she is, because they think she's like a little kid, due to being she's not malnourished, but she, like, it's odd to explain, but you know, when someone's stuck in a hospital that way on a ventilator and in a bed, you aren't exactly malnourished, but you're not getting the full gamut of what you need to do, exercise, all that kind of stuff. So your body doesn't grow properly. You end up smaller, you end up, you know, atrophied a little bit because you're not moving around. And so at one point, someone basically says that they thought she was really young because she has no breasts. And it's something that like annoys her because, yeah, because she was on the path. Like, apparently her mom's supposed to be extremely gorgeous, right? So she was on the path to look a lot like her mom, and then the accident happens. But that's like one of those like little joke things that they do. At like, they don't bring it up all the time, which is nice too. I hate when that's like the joke, like, oh, look how flat this person is, ha 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 ha, and they seem to want to do that all the time. It was just a explanation about why she looks so very young when she's not really, you know, when she's supposed to be closer to adult age. You know, so but so I got myself sidetracked. So yeah, so she's 17, and at 17 now she has 3 kids, and she's never had a boyfriend in the real world, right? So she's in this land of Leodale, and she kind of forgets that she has these kids at first. you know, and it makes sense. Like it's like the first few days, yeah, or sex, right? So it's been like the first few days, and she completely forgets. Like she's kind of reacclimating to the fact that she can eat food, right? Instead of being fed through tubes. She you know gets to feel wind and stuff again. So she's acclimating to the fact that this is a brand new world. So of course you're gonna forget stuff. And she ends up being reminded of one of her children, whose name is Scargo. And it's funny because she mentions that she needs to go to the capital because that's apparently where all her children are now, are living in the capital. And she's like, yeah, I need to go. Apparently, like, her son is supposed to be like the highest position in religion. He's like the high priest of this religion, which even though it reveres a goddess, what no one realizes, because he kind of started the religion, is the goddess is his mother. He's a big mama's boy. Right? So even though there is a goddess of the world, the goddess that they worship is an idealized version. Yeah, so she's younger than her children. The goddess that they worship is an idealized version of her. Combined with the actual goddess of this world. Right? And that's kind of fucking funny because like Kanya like kind of like, I don't know, she's an interesting character. I really liked her character. And so like her kids have like weird personalities because she herself is kind of a weird personality just due to how, you know, her situations and all that kind of stuff. And then the person who helped her develop the characters, like she went to for advice, is the guy who was like a developer of the game. And it looks almost like book-wise, like it's me drawing conclusions from whatever little hints I've had from reading the books. I've read the books like 4 or 5 times each. And it looks like the guy who developed the game may have found a way to make this world reality. Like connect it to some version of a reality that this world exists in. For Kana. Because there's stuff that's happening in the books and all that kind of stuff, and has happened by now in the anime by you know books by the 6th episode, that kind of makes me think that the developer, because he's supposed, like, the developer guy is supposed to be like a really weird guy, but he's also supposed to be for as odd as he comes across, he's supposed to be like extremely kind-hearted at the same time, but he's just not normal. Like the developer guy ends up of course being one of the skill masters, and the skill masters all make towers where, because basically what was happening is the skill masters, as one of the perks of being a skill master is you can actually give out skills to people. So to other player characters. So you can teach other player characters skills that they wouldn't have. And to be a skill master, you basically have to learn all the skills that are available in the game. I think all like 1,300 skills. But you can't cheat. You have to actually go through the quests and all that kind of stuff to do them. And so this guy, Opus, I can't pronounce his full name, Opus, is one of these skill masters. And his tower that he made, because they end up making these towers because, you know, of course, player characters are now causing problems about, oh, you know, give us this power, give us this power. So they develop where you have to conquer a skill master's tower in order to ask that skill master for one skill. And Kana's tower is the only actual tower in the game. So she designs her tower as a giant silver tower. And the task you have to complete to get to the top of her tower is you have to walk in game for 24 hours, actual 24 hours. So you have to play the game for a full day walking up this tower without stopping. If you stop, you get kicked out of the tower. And hers is the easiest tower to get a skill from, right? So Opus's tower is called the Castle of Murder and Death. And it's full of traps and all kinds of shit like that, right? So Opus is known for being a very twisted individual, but he's also known for being extremely kind at the same time. So he's one of those people who's like, if you're his friend, you're his friend for life. You know, he's going to look out for you. And so it looks like he was developing this special version of Leadale Universe or whatever, like to transfer people over for Kana. And when the power outage happened, he just transferred her then, is my thought, so that she could live an actual life. Or if that's not the case, he kind of realized that's probably what happened, because there's certain things that are occurring, like I said, in story that hint very heavily that he's kind of trying, like he's watching over her somehow, even if he's not in the game or in the world. And it's interesting, like he's either left things for her or he's in game somewhere and he's trying not to interfere with her too much so she can actually have a life for a little while before he like runs into her again or something. At least that's feeling I'm getting. The thing is, it's not really a digital world. It's a real world that has certain properties that transferred over from the digital. And like I said, I'm very confused at what is actually happening where the world is concerned, because the author has hinted at it might just be a digital world, but he's also, or she is also hinted at that it's a real world at the same time. And I don't know. It's like I said, that part is kind of confusing because Kana doesn't really care. She's just happy that she gets to be alive. But yeah, so she goes to the capital, and one of the funniest scenes is when she rediscovers she has these kids. She basically goes to her tower to check on it and to make sure that it's functioning properly, all this kind of stuff. And while she's in her tower, she finds out that her oldest son came to her tower about 60 years ago looking for her. 60, you know. It's the way the people are, the NPCs acted like NPCs in the game, and they're not acting like NPCs now at all. They have, you know what I mean? Like, and current technologies had no way for that to work, for NPCs to have like thought and emotion. So yeah, like I said, I don't know. It's kind of looks like the world, it kind of looks like it's a real world that was affected by a digital version of itself, right? That yeah, so there's some kind of magic going on, it feels like, right? And but anyway, so she goes to her tower, finds out that her oldest son visited looking for her, and she remembers she has kids. So she goes back to the inn she's been staying at, and she's like, oh, I gotta go to the capital. And they're like, why? And she basically says, well, I gotta go visit my kids. And like everyone's like, what? Like, cause she looks like a young girl, right? So everyone's like, what do you mean? And she explains that one of her kids is the high priest. And they're trying to figure out how she can have a child being so young. And then she explains that she's a high elf, and they realize that she might be at, you know, way past whatever age they think she is. And then she also explains that because she also remembers what this town was originally. And this town was, you know, because it's the one that's by her tower, she realizes what the town is. And she starts talking about how the town appeared over 200 years ago. And they realize that she's a lot older than she looks like, at least from how they would experience it. Yeah, she could be. Apparently, in this universe, high elves are nearly immortal. They can live for millennia. No one knows how long a high elf actually lives for. They haven't explained it, other than the fact that she is the longest lived race, and being 200, 300, 400, 500 is next to nothing for someone that's a high elf. Yeah, very Tolkien-esque that way. Yep. And then but yeah, that's, hey CC. Yeah, so I really like this. I'll probably end up reading this book series when I finish the book I'm on, reading it again, just because every time I talk about it or anytime I watch an episode of the anime, I'm like, I want to read that book series again. So I've been joking around about it. I probably don't have a Combi from that island anymore, but I don't need, do I? I don't know if I have a Combi from Ramadas anymore. But yeah, it's I don't think they tell you where you caught the. I don't even think I have more than the. Do they even tell you where you caught these guys at? Crimson Marlin. So, all right. Well, let me see if I can find a Combi. Where did I catch it at? Is Crimson Marlins. Yeah, I don't think I have any Combi from Ramadas. These are all guys that I got from you or are going to evolve. These are guys to evolve, actually. Yeah, I don't have any Combi from Ramadas. But the story is just, it's so fun and lighthearted. Even when they're like, well, like in the background something occurs in one of the books that's kind of dark and twisted, and that's another reason why I think her friend Opus is still around, like kind of watching over her, because anything that's dark and twisted is definitely not like her style. But even the one part that's dark and twisted in book 3 or 4 is maybe it happens and then it's just, that's it. Like it happens for a brief moment, and the only reason why you know it's dark and twisted is because there's some guards that discover what occurred, and they talk about it a little bit, and then they don't, and that's it. And no one really brings this kind of stuff to Kena, in part because to the best of anyone's knowledge, Kena is the only skill master level breaker around. Okay. When I sit back down in my Discord, I will I'll make sure to accept your friend invite and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, you know, like people try. First off, there's people who are player characters in the book that Kena runs into that Um, that some of them knew Kana. When she was, you know, stuck in the hospital and all that kind of stuff. So they try not to put anything too hard on her, because they want her to be able to experience a happy, fun, go lucky life, right? So they don't tell her about some of the darker portions of that. And also, Kana is literally, except for if Opus is still alive, Kana is literally the strongest person in the world in this series. And she's, even before this world was a real world, she's known for basically, yeah, I talk about all kinds of stuff for a long time. But books are a particular hobby of mine, so I quite like them. But yeah, so she kind of like, she's not anti-authoritarian, but she doesn't want people to put her in positions of power. So she'll tell people, you know, like, I don't care, kind of deal. Like if they try to come to her with a problem, she basically, also due to some events that occurred in the game that this world knows about the one that's known as the Silver Ring Witch, Kana. She has enough power to level kingdoms in game with her magic spells. And then when she became a limit breaker, the developers gave her a special item to enhance her abilities. And the item they give her is the silver ring that basically makes her mana endless if she's using it. So she can like throw magic spells like no one's business. And she has legends talked about her in this world, about the one who destroys kingdoms and all this kind of stuff. So the kings and all that kind of stuff know who she is. Of course, they have to, right? Part of it is the capital kingdom of the place that she lives, because there's other kingdoms and all that, but the kingdom where she lives, part of the reason why that is all her kids have major positions, even if they aren't the kings and queens. They have major positions in the capital. One's the high priest. One heads the Academy of Magic. The other one is like the world's greatest shipbuilder, right? All this kind of stuff, right? So the kingdom knows who Kana is, and they know that if she gets annoyed, she has the ability to just wipe the kingdom off the map. In fact, she's the one that supposedly destroyed the Brown Kingdom. That's called the Lost Kingdom. And she doesn't realize that there's these tales about her, about how terrible her wrath is until much later, and then it actually makes her mad. She doesn't destroy anything, but people like start freaking out. Like I said, her character is just so much fun to me, and I really like it. You got your Combi, finally. But yeah. But then there's all kinds of stuff that happens. Like I'm not sure if they'll introduce it in the anime until like a later series, if they decide to do series 2. Sorry. My favorite Pokemon ever, besides Squirtle. There's 4 books out right now that are translated to English. I think they are between $7.99 and $9.99 on Kindle. You might be able to find them on sites that have translated them. I know you can find people, well, not people, I know you can find computers reading them, which is annoying. But you can find like audiobook versions of like computers reading it. I don't care what else pops up. Turtwig's mine. Where are you, Turtwigs? Aha! Shiny Turtwig would make my day. Yeah, I really like this book series. If you want another fun, lighthearted book series, There's a bunch more of them out. I've been killing slimes for 300 years. That's a book series my daughter is into. And that series is much more slice of life, fluffy kind of book series. Can we talk? Do you mean like in voice chat kind of deal? We could, but I'm not going to be pulling that up at the moment. Yeah, the voice chat thing works in my Discord. There we go. All right. Yeah, I'm not set up properly to do voice checks. If I'm going to do voice chat, I'll have it popped up on this. And I don't have my OBS set up for voice chat at the moment. Look at them all. So pretty, these turtles. Fine. Stop being cute and jumping around, all excited. Oh man. Goddamn turtwings. I love them. I don't get to keep them though. Oh, fuck me. Did I save? I'm gonna be really disappointed if I didn't save. Roll back on my channel here real quick. Alright, please tell me I saved. Did I save? Did I save? Oh, come on. Oh, I saved. Okay. I was about to be very upset with myself. Nah, like I said, I'm not really set up to have anyone hang with me on Discord anyways around this. I gotta remember how to set up that channel properly. I've had Navy on here once with me, and Leroy used to hang out with me a lot. But he's gotten too busy. He's got an actual life. He can't play video games anymore. Oh, shit. You know that snow that they said wasn't coming? Fucking snowing. Yeah, I know. I think he just said hi to you. All right, so CC, I am going to have to take you out of my Discord though, because like I said, my Discord is for 18 and over, unfortunately. So I am going to have to take you out, buddy. All right. Yeah, sorry about that. It's honestly just because of the fact that even though it's not really adult content, there is a lot of adult conversations that happen and all that kind of stuff. And being a parent, I would be very uncomfortable if my daughter, who's not 18 yet, joined a Discord like that. And part of it is respect for your parents, and part of it is respect for you in some sense. Even though a lot of kids are probably more are able to handle a lot more than we might give them credit for. I also believe that it is my job as an adult to kind of do my part to not corrupt people. You know, like I honestly, you know, I'm really happy that you're here, and I have no problem interacting with people above my age, below my age, anything like that. But I, you know, just like any parent, I have certain rules in place as more of a safety measure than a you can't be here. You know, you're not allowed. You know, it's not a measure of trying to be cruel. It's a measure of doing what I feel is proper as an adult for those who are honestly the things that are supposed to, you know, protect me in the future. You know, when I'm old and gray, I hope CC at some point is going to be, you know, as you're 12. Well, I'm really happy you're here all the same, CC. Like I said, my daughter is 13. So you're just about the same age as my daughter. And as much as I love my daughter and I want her to experience the world and all that kind of stuff, she wouldn't be allowed in my Discord either. And also, just advice for you. As an adult, here's some advice, some free advice. Take it, leave it, whatever you want to do with it. The world is not as scary as people paint it, but it is still a dangerous place. So I'm going to give you the same advice I would give my daughter. And let me do this real quick. Yeah, my own daughter. I'd give my own daughter this advice if I wanted to. In fact, I probably have, knowing her. I'm going to delete this comment here. You never really want to share your age and all that kind of stuff if you can online. People will, unfortunately, like I said, it's not, the world isn't as bad and scary as it seems, and people are nicer than they seem a lot of times, but you still have to use caution, and you still have to be careful, and sometimes being careful means not throwing your age out there. You know, and because people will see that and try to take advantage of that fact. And you don't want that to happen. You don't deserve that to happen. Don't be sorry. You're learning. That's part of the joys of being a child, is actually the fact that you get to make mistakes, and people who are much kinder and nicer than me, hopefully, will see those mistakes and be like, hey, here's a better way to do it. Or here's why you shouldn't do it. You know, personally, CC, I have no problem giving people my age out, just because there's, you know, I don't even get my actual full age out. I'm about 40, right? So I'm around 40 myself. And because of that, you know, I have a good, what, 28 years of real world experience that I can share for people that are around your age, my daughter's age, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, just play some fucking Pokemon then. Just have fun. You know, I tend to try and keep things somewhat all ages in here. Though I will talk about topics that I choose my words even though it doesn't seem like it. I actually choose my words carefully, no matter what topic I'm talking about. Just in part because the algorithm bot sometimes really hates when you say certain words, even if they're used in a specific context that negates what it is, you know. So I'm usually careful with my words regardless, but you're more than welcome here. There's never going to be a time where I might be discussing tons of books. That's actually not too unusual for me. I'll discuss books. I'll talk about anime or something if I'm watching an anime at the time. All that kind of fun stuff, right? I'll discuss topics that are happening in Twitter with some of the stuff I do. Why? I swear all the goddamn time. Don't worry. It's not the swears that you have to watch out for. Especially after, I think, usually the first couple minute mark, YouTube doesn't really care. I, on the other hand, am not too... Oddly enough, I see swearing as a common part of everyday vernacular. You know, that's not rude. My channel is small. I have no problem admitting that. I'm a realist. My channel is here for my fun more than anything else. I'm not here to make the billion Boku YouTube dollars. I'm here to just relax, chill, chat about whatever the hell I want to chat about, play some games, review some toys, that kind of stuff. And that's usually what ends up happening. Is usually my channel is just full of a few people at a time. And we're just here to chill and talk. Relax. No, I don't know. I have a couple of friends who are decent creators. And they've given me some pretty good advice about how I can grow my channel, all that kind of fun stuff. I don't know how they do it. I enjoy the smaller nature of my channel at the moment. Because of the fact that it's it's a Teddy Ursa. I thought it was a person. I was like, who the hell is that? I enjoy the fact that I get to like chat with people this way. The interactivity of it. So, in my feed a lot because I've been, I used to play Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. Like I have most of the games in one form or another. Like I said, I used to breed Rockruff on Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. So I played Sun and Moon before those came out. So yes, I play them. I quite enjoyed them. So one thing I've enjoyed about a lot of the games are you have the original games like Red, Blue, Yellow, Fire Red, Leaf Green, Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu. And those games set up the basic structure of the following games: 4 moves, 6 Pokemon, gym challenges, all that kind of stuff. And that goes on for a long time. You know, you got the Kanto Adventures, Johto, Owen, all that kind of stuff, right? No. And I didn't. I'm actually playing Black and White at the moment, on my own time here and there. Go back to town. Go back to town. But I've been playing Black and White because I've never beaten those games. I've never beaten X and Y, which I own both of. Don't know why I never beat them. I have Black 2 and White 2, never beat those either. And part of it was that when those games came out, even if the stories were good, the tropes were getting a little old for me. You know, I enjoyed playing what little parts I played of them, but the tropes were getting a little old. I got tired of going to gyms. I got tired of, oh, this evil organization, all that kind of stuff, right? And usually the evil organization was not that evil or per se. And why am I the one doing it? Why aren't the adults doing it? All that, you know, all that kind of stuff. It's too many of the same story beats. Then Sun and Moon came out and they had some of the same story beats, but the game is really different in some ways. You've got these more puzzle-oriented challenges in some way, and instead of gym, you know, and I really love that. So I played the heck out of Sun and Moon and all that. Yes, I played those games over and over and over again. You know, I had like I pre-ordered them, so I had like the Munchlax, the special Munchlax, all that kind of stuff. Like I said, I played those games. I loved those games. Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, I played those up until Sword and Shield came out. And I played them for a week or two even after Sword and Shield came out before I broke down and got Pokemon Home and put all my Pokemon on my Switch. But, oh, what the heck is that? Is that a wish cache? That's what that is. Okay. Couldn't figure out what the fish was at first. And even though a lot of people kind of complained about the story and all that kind of stuff in Sun and Moon, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, I really liked it. I thought it was fun. It was a little bit of the same, right? You got your evil team, your... Oh, crap, no. Oh, crap. You know, and I actually kind of like the evil team in that game for the first time in a while. And you know, I like the concept of the wormholes. Like, yeah, it was like I said, it was the same basic concepts, right? Evil team out to destroy the world. You got to save it. No one else can do it. You're the chosen one, Charlie Brown, right? But it didn't feel like the same to me. And that's kind of what happened to this game too. This game, part of the reason why I like this game so much is because it's in some ways it's a return to form in some of the concepts, right? It's a return to the adventure aspect that Sword and Shield captured a little bit, right? Sword and Shield were fun too. I didn't have as much of a desire to keep playing them after I beat them, though the DLC for those games, that hooked me hard. Really like the DLC. Sorry, I was trying to figure out if I had to burp after that drink of tea for some reason. But the DLC was a lot of fun. And those games and Sun and Moon and all that kind of stuff gave me a little hope for what was going to come. And then they announced Diamond and Pearl. And I was kind of excited to see what they would do with Diamond and Pearl as a remake. And then they remastered it instead. Here. I had fun playing the game, but I am very, very much not going back to it anytime soon now that I've beaten it and kind of did a little bit of what I wanted to. You know, I don't see, that'll be probably a game that I honestly don't see myself completing the Pokedex in that game. And that'll be the first time I've ever played any Pokemon game where I don't complete the Pokedex. You know, it took me a lot of trading and all kind of stuff. I just wanted to see if I had a shiny unknown, possibly. A lot of trading and a little bit of work and all that kind of stuff to get all the shiny Pokemon, or not all, to get all the Pokemon in. Sorry about that. OBS went down for a sec. Diamond and Pearl have 400 some odd Pokemon in it. That was me. My stream popped for a sec. Yeah, OBS decided to pop off for a minute. Yeah, Diamond and Pearl have 400 something Pokemon, right? And I normally wouldn't have a problem with completing that Pokedex. I would kind of have fun trying to do it. There's some Pokemon that are not available yet in the game, and so they might do events for them. I don't know. But even if they do like Diamond and Pearl DLC, I probably won't buy it. And I don't see. I'm not enjoying that game as much as I would like. Even if they wanted to go the more of the remaster route, come on. Even if they, oh no, you would be an alpha Turtwig. Oh, so cute, giant turtles. No, honestly, I'm probably going to try and keep a super tiny Turtwig when I finally catch. All right, so no shiny. Sad. I gotta let go of a big boy. That was a big turtle. But oh, you gotta wait for the full moon. Yeah, that one's a no fun one. The Clefairy quest. The Clefairy quest took me a long time for some reason, and I don't know why. Make sure you're also on the left shore for it. So, Clefairy quest, I think, actually happens in here. Oh, it happens in Mount Coronet. Yeah, I don't see myself completing the Diamond and Pearl Pokedex this go around. I completed it in the original Diamond and Pearl. I don't see it happening this time. I'm not interested in. just not interested in that game enough. And part of it is the fact that they remastered Diamond and Pearl instead of remastering Platinum. They're going to remaster a game, they should have remastered Platinum, story-wise. The other problem I have is, even though I kind of got used to it, I'm not pleased with the graphics very much. I don't know. I wasn't too hot on the chibi stuff in it, and it makes sense for the handhelds to do that. But you know, this would have been cool. This look here for Diamond and Pearl. You know, not too realistic or anything like that. Would have been fine. But yeah, I bought it, I played it, I beat it, and then I was like, okay, cool. And then I started doing shiny chaining, and then this game came out, and I was like, and we're done playing Diamond and Pearl forever now. Yeah, full moons take a little bit of time sometimes. That's actually what took me the longest time with Ursaluna. Pardon. With evolving Ursaluna, was waiting for a full moon. Because anytime it was supposed to be like a full moon, it was raining, and I couldn't see the moon. Figured, might as well take a quick spin in here every time I come past it. See if we can get a shiny unknown that way. Something that I found out that was actually really cool, that I hadn't realized before, is if you take like the ride Pokemon that run on the ground and you run through the mud, they get muddy. It doesn't stay, but they do get muddy. So like, Sneasler, you get muddy too. And so does Ursaluna. Hey, look at that. I spent years looking for one originally, and then right there. God dang it. Oh, you get muddy too. Cool. I'm poisoned. Leave me alone, skunks. Leave me alone. Kind of. There's Crescent, Half, Full, and New Moon. All right, CC. Have a good one. No, it usually goes through its cycle, I think, in about a week. A week or so. Fine, run away. See if I care. Come on, be shiny. One of you should be shiny. Just to make me feel good about myself. I think I'm forgetting to save. I think I keep ending up in the same instance, basically. Oh, man. I should really go do something else, but I am hooked on this damn turtle. Oh, that's... my dispute has been submitted. I'm, in the middle of, like... It was snowing here, it just stopped. I'm in the middle of, like, several disputes right now. From places in Hong Kong and China and stuff trying to claim music on my channel from some of the video games I've played. Or one channel is like a that works out. Good job. Is a like previews channel for video games. And they've claimed like a lot of my earlier stuff. And the thing is, it's not technically like YouTube's always like, there's going to be punishments if you're making false claims. So I'll dispute the stuff that people are claiming on my channel. Like there's certain things that I've not disputed because it's a gray area, you know, is it whatever. Well, the thing is, Nintendo owns all the rights to the music in this game. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts. Nintendo owns everything in this game. And so it's just frustrating because there's companies like Hong Kong and all that kind of stuff who are like, well, we have that game in our music video library because they'll buy they'll buy the rights to use it, right? So what's happening is there's this company, AMT something, and it's basically a company that buys the rights to use music from other companies so that you can then purchase from them if you wish, right? And it's a weird legal loophole, but it actually works. So basically, yeah, maybe exactly. It's kind of how it works for outside the US in some places. And so because YouTube's international, yeah, I know they're copyright trolls. I know, but it's there's weird wiggle room that why can't you be shiny? I'd be so happy. There's weird wiggle room that they're using. But yeah, so thankfully I don't make any money on my channel because otherwise they'd be claiming there are so many lives I have from when I was playing Persona 3, and that's part of the reason why I stopped playing it. Was every single live I was doing was getting copyright claim, every single one. And I got tired of disputing, and then the company waiting out the 30 days instead of saying, oh yeah, this is fine, and wave it away. A lot of time what companies do, well, you'll dispute it, and they'll literally wait 30 days for the dispute to just cancel it itself, cancel their claim. Persona 3 was what I was playing for a long time. And same thing with what was the Wolf game? There was a game, another game that I really liked the art style for that I just stopped playing because I kept getting copyright claims from a channel that no longer uploads or anything like that. That Capcom used to own. And I got tired of disputing the claims every video. Like if I pull up my YouTube studio right now, I still have on one page I have 8 copyright claims, and I got tired of fighting them. And I'm like, fine, I'll just play a different game. Yep, Atlas owns Persona. So Atlas made a couple of claims on Persona. And Capcom owns another game that I was playing. Like, basically, what kept happening is Capcom, like, Atlas claimed one thing, and there's a music company. One of them was the developer had like a previews channel in Japan or Hong Kong or something like that, and it's that channel that's claiming it. But that channel is owned by Atlas, and they claim one of them claimed 4 minutes of video, and it's basically the 4 minutes where, you know, there's actual dialogue and stuff happening. So I'm being quiet in one of my games that I was playing. But that's usually what happens is it's these preview channels that, oh, you're showing the part of the game that we previewed, so we're going to hold on to you. And that's it's got annoying to keep going, okay, well, look, you know, this isn't fair use. This is me playing the game. I'm providing all the voiceover for it. If they're talking in the game and it's written text, I'm the one yeah, cutscenes. Yep. All the cutscenes are always what gets claimed. You know who's really bad about that is Square Enix and Capcom, though. Capcom, it doesn't even Capcom will claim the music, then they'll claim 30 seconds of a video. Like, there was 30 seconds where I didn't talk in a video. And Capcom was like, that's ours. And I could understand if it was some major copyright or like a major cutscene or whatever. It wasn't even a cutscene half the time when Capcom claims me. It's literally me being quiet because I'm doing something like I'm like this. If I was flying over this and just being quiet to just kind of like really absorb the scenery. Capcom claimed 30 seconds of this one game that I was running through a flower field in because I was quiet. And I wasn't saying anything. And then, yeah, I know. And I know their reasoning is, well, we want people to experience the game for themselves, and it ruins it if people are... Like, I streamed... I started streaming a little bit of Final Fantasy 13, and Square Enix claimed the whole thing. Final Fantasy 13, which came out on the PS3 how long ago? And Square Enix claimed the whole thing for the opening of the game, where it's a lot of cutscene. They claim the whole fucking 8-minute cutscene. When did Final Fantasy 13 come? Right here. Fantasy 13. Bought it so long ago that the stickers are yellowing. 2009. 2009. 2022. So at least 12 years. And they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna claim this stuff because, you know, cutscenes, we don't want to ruin it for people. Most people don't even know the fucking game exists anymore. It's already 120, yes? Wow. Like, I know who people who play like Final Fantasy VII Remake or the Final Fantasy, what, 15 was the last one that came out? Will understand that there's games between and before those numbers, right? But most people are going to be like, Final Fantasy 13? Eh, who cares? Yeah, I know, but that's how some game companies do it. Like, Nintendo has actually gotten really good about not claiming all their stuff. They used to be one of the most claim-happy companies ever. But they realized that when they claimed all their stuff, their game sales actually kind of decreased because people weren't going to buy it to play it online for other people. And then they also realized that half the time the people who watch the games being played by other people aren't going to buy them anyways. Yeah, the last game I know of coming out was Final Fantasy 15. That was like the latest game in the series, and then the remake of 7 I think came out after that even. But the latest game number-wise was 15, which I have for the PS4 actually. And I did not like. I every time I play Final Fantasy 15, I get up to the right around where the fishing occurs, or just before that, where you like get your car fixed, and that's usually where I stop. Well, the thing is, unless I really, really like a game, I don't usually recommend people to buy it anyways, right? Like this game, if you have a Switch and you like Pokemon and you got the money for it, I would buy it. It's a lot of fun. And I think, especially like the older players who are kind of craving something new in the series are going to find this game fulfills that for them. As in something new, as in something a little different, right? If I was Nintendo, I'd claim every single playthrough of Diamond and Pearl remaster. Fucking. Oh, so many people love it too, though. I don't know why. I don't know why. I enjoyed the game, but I after playing Arceus, fuck that game. I'm never gonna go back to it. If it wasn't a digital copy, I'd sell it to GameStop. But I bought it digital. That is one thing that I'm glad tanked for Microsoft, because if it had done very well for Microsoft, every company would have been doing it. The all digital stuff, so you couldn't pass games around, all that kind of shit, or used games weren't going to be a thing that they were looking at. So there are some games like Diamond and Pearl, actually, the remasters of Shining Diamond, Brilliant Pearl, or Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, whatever it is. when the ability to update your Switch and games and stuff on your Switch, stops when yeah. So one thing about Diamond and Pearl that kind of made me upset is the game itself is only the cart itself is only about half the game. You download the other half onto your system. The first update was 4 megabytes roughly. The game cart is about 4 megabytes. So in order to save a little bit of money, the company that was producing the game, because even though Nintendo's the producer of it, and Game Freak owns the things, I don't think Game Freak's the one that remastered it, if I remember correctly. So the company that remastered it, first off, this is the first full video game they've ever done. They usually do parts of video games, but not the full thing. They're one of the teams you call in to help you, not the team you call in to do the work. And and so in order to save money, that they decided to use a smaller megabyte size card, because I think the Switch has 4 size cards, with 16 being the biggest. And so they decided to save money by putting it on the smallest of the card sizes. Maybe it's gigabytes. I don't remember. I always get that stuff fucked up. But they put it on the smallest card, which was 4. So your first download is the other half of the game. The other half of the game are the opening scene, the end credits, the music, right? And a couple other, and you can't go to certain places. The post game is downloaded with your update, with your patch. So the first patch has your opening credits, your ending credits, post game material, and the music in the game. You end up with basically the MIDI music from the original game otherwise. And a black opening, and no credits at the end, and yeah, isn't that exactly? So I didn't know this because I did a day one digital, so when I downloaded it, I downloaded the full game. But for people who buy the cart used later on in life, if the Nintendo online services are no longer available and you can't update and do the patch, you're out of luck. You're never going to be able to play the full Diamond and Pearl game, the full remaster. It took me about 2.5 hours to download the full game, so it wasn't too bad with my internet connection. So, but yeah, I was shocked when I found out that, because I don't remember what I was watching, but they were talking about it, and I was like, really? Then but But that to me is the downfall. That'll be the downfall of a lot of console systems later on, is if they go full digital. Yeah, I spent money on DC Online ages ago, and I think they shut their servers down in the last year or two. And I kind of wish I never spent money on it, because I liked the game, but I kind of lost interest in it really quick. The game was kind of janky at times, and mostly I paid. The game was free, but you could get you could purchase um you could purchase stuff later on in the game. As the game went on, they added in like buying options, and it wasn't like costumes or shit like that. It was like purchasable DLC for, you know, more story, more abilities and powers that came with the story. Like, you know. All the Turtwigs, still no shiny. Why won't they give me my shiny Turtwig, Lauren? I want my shiny Turtwig. He won't show up. Yeah, everyone was actually kind of shocked that Nintendo added in Mother and Earthbound, or Mother 2, to their games library, because those games have been like holy grails for the longest time because they're hard to get a hold of, actual copies of them. But the original, the Mother and Mother 2 are now available on the Nintendo Online services. And everyone was really shocked that Mother was made available. Mother was made for the Nintendo Entertainment System. So everyone was really shocked that Mother was made available, because that's a game that never came out in the States. Now you can play it. My chair shrank. I'm like way lower than I usually am. Face. Hi, buddy. Hi, Bubba. Probably looking for people. Probably got up and got out of bed, and now you're looking to go snuggle with somebody else. Yeah, basically. They yeah, a little bit of that. They definitely did that with what was it, Mario, the 3-in-1 Mario game, Mario 3D, where they made it available for a short amount of time. They do that with their amiibos. They only make X amount available for X amount of time. Yeah, they're physical products. Yep. I think other companies probably do it, but not in the same obvious manner that Nintendo does. Because I really do think that, like, the PS5 shortage and all that kind of stuff, I know that PlayStation was probably knowing it would happen, you know? Yeah. Yeah, they I'm kind of used to Nintendo doing that, and you know, I guess I got used to a lot of the game companies doing that, but well, you shiny or just looking pink? You're just looking pink. Okay. It's so weird because depending on the angle I was looking at him, there's a different color. Well, PlayStation's kind of the same way. They don't have everything under the sun that was theirs available. Oh, he was sleeping. How cute. Yeah, scalpers have definitely learned a thing or two. And some stores take advantage of the scalpers too, in that they know that a new product's coming out and the scalpers are going to help clear their shelves. No, otherwise they'd have, the buy limit. Pardon me, Jesus. They'd have more buy limits, for a new product like that. All right, what's going on? That's what's going on. Yeah, I know. Now, some of the issue that Nintendo's actually having with some of this stuff, this is truth. Some of the issue they're having is Nintendo's own emulator systems can't handle some of their games, and some of the in fact, the emulator system in your 3DS and all that kind of stuff. Can't play all your all the games. There's some games that it just can't their emulator can't handle for whatever reason. And unlike online emulators that get updated and changed and all that kind of stuff a lot so that it works better, Nintendo just doesn't do that. They're like, well, here's an emulator to play about 90% of what we have. That'll work. Now, ask them to release about at 90%, that's not going to happen. The 3DS can play Game Boy games and such. It plays it via an emulator from their store. So you buy you can buy Game Boy games on their store. I don't think they have Game Boy Advance games. I think they just have Game Boy. So on one of my, I have two 3DSs. One is basically my daughter's. That one has Pokemon Yellow on it. Yep, that's why. But that's why with the regular DS, the DS, what was it? The DS Mini, I think it was called, like the small DS. When they got rid of the backwards compatibility on it, people were kind of annoyed because it felt like Nintendo was like, well, now they can only play their Game Boy Advance games and Game Boy games if we let them. That's why my DS Lite will never, hopefully never die. I'm sure it will at some point. My original DS got kaputzed. It got dropped and the hinge broke. I like the Switch for what it can do, though. To be very honest, I know it's not a... Oh my god, that was a tiny-ass Turtwig. Please have a shiny in this group. I want that tiny, tiny Turtwig. No! Oh. The teeny tiny Turtwig. Yeah. I like the Switch. I'm actually quite happy with the Switch. It's you know, I own a Switch, I own and DS's, and I own the PS4 and a PS3. I like my PS4 quite a lot. I don't have a lot of games on it or for it. I mostly got it so I could play stuff like I got it. I actually bought it for my birthday for myself the year after Jay died. I bought the God of War edition. So I have a silver and gray PS4 Pro, or the better version, with all kinds of runes and stuff on it. But yeah, that's I'm not look, I'm not disagreeing with you, right? And I'm explaining that, you know, I like the Switch, but I do have other game systems because of the limitations the Switch has. Like I will never play Resident Evil games on the Switch. Right? They're available. I'm never going to play them. I would much rather play them on a computer or a console. Exactly. For what it is, the Switch is really good. Depending on what you want, I will not suggest the Switch Lite. I think it is the smaller one, because it doesn't have the ability to hook up to your TV. That one is very much just a portable system. I didn't even know Switch was getting Skyrim. Jesus Christ. I had that for PC. I still have it up here? Probably not. Might be downstairs for my other stuff. I have it somewhere. I never... I think I looted the first 3 towns in Skyrim, like stole all their shit, dropped it off in a house. And that was the most I did in Skyrim. I ended up basically, I think I got it the year it released or the year after. But basically, right after I got it, school started up again for me, and I just never got back into it. There he is. Look at him. Look at him. Don't you dare run away from me, you... Him. See him? Ah, fucked it up. But he's in there. Did I save? Oh, fuck me. I don't think I saved. We'll find out. God damn it. Oh, I keep getting too caught up in actually talking and not... I'm going to have to put like a checklist inside my screen here. Did you save? Yes. You know, easy enough to tell if I saved. Let me back to here. Back a little. Ah, it looks like I saved. I might have been a smart Tom. I did. Ha ha ha! I saved. Okay. Really, it's been 10 years? I know they've done all kinds of re-releases. I know there was there DLC for, I know there was for Oblivion. There was some kind of like add-ons for Oblivion. Remember when DLC was called add-ons? And you could buy the add-ons as a disc for like 15 to 20 bucks in a store. I remember back in the day where add-ons were discs you bought in a store for way cheaper than they are now. Sometimes. Sometimes the DLC is pretty cheap. The DLC for Sword and Shield was not cheap. I have no problem admitting that. The DLC for Sword and Shield, I think I spent about... so my daughter could have her DLC in her game, and I could have my DLC. I think it was like 60 bucks each game. But I basically paid for a whole nother game for each of us for the DLC, which honestly it was kind of fun. I had more fun with the DLC than I had with the actual game. Yeah, we're catching all the turtwigs that pop in. Well, no, Tom, no. Minus button. Return to camp. Well, it was like 30 bucks for one set of DLC, 30 bucks for a second. And then so I spent $60 for the first set of DLC between the two games, and then $60 for the second set. All right, let's talk to you real quick. Oh, I see my Pokemon, please. I'm not bringing any Pokemon with us. Yeah, depending on the game, I have no real problem with paying for the DLC. Some people get up in arms. Some people get really upset at DLC. So pretty. Oh, like 8 inches. Let's see the summary. I gotta see what the biggest version of these guys are and the smallest version is. All right, first off, you definitely get saved. You get pushed with all the other cool guys. And you can go ahead and get rid of the rest. They're fun, but none of them are teeny tiny. Which would actually be kind of fun to have a super tiny Portero. That's kind of like the DLC for Sword and Shield was 2 whole new areas to explore. The Isle of Armor and the Tundra became available, and they're like You knew they were coming because there was a train stop that talked about they ended up adding in a character. Hi, KJL. 1'3" is what I'm looking for. I didn't have any 1'3" shirt wigs, so return to the village. We got to add a Berta wig. Shirt wig. All right, save the game. Actually, first, I'm hearing mouse outbreak. Stay safe, kid. I guess we can go for Machop, unless something else ends up catching my attention later. Oh. All right, saving the game. All right, Machops, where you at? Over here. Okay. I played some of one of the Dragon Age games. I don't remember which one. I don't remember playing a lot of it. It was a friend's game, and I checked it out when I was at his house once. I don't remember too much of it, to be honest, though. You know what game looked like they were going to do sequels for, and they just never did because the first one didn't sell well? Was and I kind of get why it didn't do well, but at the same time, I wish it had. Was yeah, you don't see me. Was Dante's Inferno. That game was kind of like a Game of War type game. Look, none of that, huh? Hey, catch him. Yeah, it was very much a ripoff of God of War, but I had fun playing it. How does that guy who doesn't see me know I'm here to fuck with me? But yeah, I was hoping they were going to do a sequel to it. Like I said, they kind of set it up for one, and they just never did. Ah, yeah. Frickin'. Ow! Ah, crap. Yeah, the game was a lot of fun. I lent it out to a friend, and I've never seen it since. He never lent it out to anyone else, but he has no idea where it went. It was rescued. I don't imagine there was any shinies in that route anyways. Reset and go back to town and come back. But yeah, that game, I really enjoyed that game. Oh, you know what? You know what? I liked Assassin's Creed 2, the trilogy of them. That one was a lot of fun. I played all that. I platinumed it. I did not like Assassin's Creed 1 so much. But 2, to the Ezio trilogy, that was great. The Ezio trilogy I really enjoyed. I enjoyed Black Sails or Black Flag or whatever, the pirate themed one. But I haven't really played too many other besides that. Just because of the whole samey, you know? But the Ezio trilogy, oh, that one. That one was really good. Black Sails, I think, was the 4th one. I really enjoyed that one. I don't remember too well. But I know one of my friends played it a lot, and I know he was like, yeah, so and so dies, like the main character dies. I'm like, basically they got to the point where like, it's not gonna work if we keep having him doing deep dives. We gotta do something. Kill him. Yeah, I heard, what was it, Rogue? Assassin's Creed Rogue or whatever was supposed to be good. But for the most part, most of what I hear from people who play the games a lot are like, it's just getting to the point of ridiculousness. And there are a lot of alphas out tonight. Yeah. You know, before they do that, though, they're going to do a relaunch, right? They're going to be like, we got to try and save this game. Relaunch it. You know, I've never played any single Far Cry game just because I saw like 8 billion Far Cries and I'm like, I just don't want to touch it. Alright, none of that. Alright, now those guys are shiny. I don't know. I've never seen a Far Cry game and been like, I gotta play that. I don't know. Like honestly, if Legends of Arceus hadn't been as fun as it is, I probably would not be playing another Pokemon game for a long time. Like this has made me go, I could play another Pokemon game. Like I could go for another one if they give it a little bit and work on it and get something as nice as this. Like that remaster of Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl made me think I don't ever want to touch a Pokemon game again. You know? It's not like, I hate to say it, it's like Zelda has its dips and so does Mario, but for the most part those games are usually a lot of fun, right? But I already have a Luxio, so screw you. But yeah, I was really put off by the Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Gotta sit back a little bit. But that means I need my eyes on so I can actually see. It's snowing again. I can only tell because my eyeglasses are on. Little snowflakes. The Wii was a great system. Hi, CC. The Wii was a great system. The GameCube backwards compatibility, Yeah, yeah. I keep telling myself I'm going to go offline, and then I'm like, oh, I want to catch that Pokemon. But the Wii was able to play some of my favorite Nintendo games, which were off the GameCube. The GameCube was probably one of my favorite Nintendo systems. Yeah, the Turret Week took me a little while. Turret Week took me a little while today. I feel like I passed them up. Okay, they're just... That too. I've been having fun chatting. But like Luigi's Mansion, I love, like, even though there's only 3 of those games, I really like those games. Oh, you son of a... Come on. Ah, let me... Yeah, the full moons can take a little bit. Okay. There is no way he should see me from there. And now they invited a scorpion. Alright. Yep, they're still popping. I'm just waiting for them to stop popping up. God damn it. No. Means no. Alright. He totally did. I don't know how. That scorpion was like, hey, there's something in this grass. Guys, come here. Come here, look at this. It'd be kind of interesting if you could see Pokemon battle one another in the wild. Like, do you think they would? Like, why are these Pokemon cool with this scorpion coming through their group? Oh. Oh. Like, I don't know. These guys are so, like, active and aggressive. But another Pokemon walks in, they're like, nah, it's cool. We'll let the Scorpion do with this, too. Oh. I lost that, but I gained a Yanma. Yanmas are actually really cool shiny. Fuck the Machamps. Fuck the... Ah, E. Sorry, Yanmas are much cooler looking than Machamps are. Alright, so he... Yeah, it can take, like I said, it can take a minute sometimes. Like if it's raining, you don't see the moon usually. You know what game had some interesting wild animals in it was the Tomb Raider remakes, which I actually quite enjoyed. I actually thought those were fun games. Yeah, I think you want to be on the left-hand side for the Clefairy to dance, by the way. Ah, shit! They all saw me. The Tomb Raider remakes that they put out were a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun playing those. I have one of them on the PS3. I bought like DLC and stuff for it and all that kind of stuff. I ended up enjoying it a lot. Though sometimes it really does feel like they were like, how much can we hurt Lara here? Like, because they really beat on that poor girl at times. Ow! I think I played the second one. I can't remember. One of them has like a scene where the city is like flooded. I can't remember if that's the first or second one. But that part especially was like, oh god, poor Laura. Like she got beat up in those games. Yeah, a little bit. I enjoyed the gameplay though, but she did get beat the hell up, that poor girl. There was another game that's, you know what game had a lot of promise and I ended up not enjoying was Watch Dogs. I think I got about 3/4 of the way into it, and I never finished Watch Dogs. Made it so I never wanted to play number 2. I never wasted money on it. Watch Dogs is actually a game I borrowed from a friend to play. He's like, oh yeah, just hold it at your house. And then the place we are working at, he quit. And I spent up until like last year trying to get a hold of him just to give him his game back, and then I just gave up. So I own it, but it's not, I never purchased it, but you know what? Let me throw some stuff in the box so I don't have to fight with it. Yeah, I was forever and a day trying to get that game back to that guy. Like, I'd be like, hey, you're gonna be, like, he would sometimes come by to pick up food and all that, because he ended up working at a garage down the road. So I call him, like, hey, you at work? He's like, yeah. I was like, all right, cool. I will come by afterwards to drop off the game for you. You're not there. Do you want me to leave it with anyone? No, that's fine, that's fine. So I'd swing by and he would have left early. Or he'd come by, I'd be like, all right, you coming for lunch? It's like, yeah. And he'd come by, I'm like, all right, well, I'm here till X time. And he'd come by after I left, and then I'm like, You keep asking me not to leave the game with anyone else, then you're never there to accept the damn thing when I'm trying to give it to you. One of my friends had one of my friends thought so. Had a brother who was a super stoner. And don't remember exactly what he borrowed. I think he so the stoner didn't borrow it, but the brother did. The brother borrowed a game that's actually kind of really hard to come by now. If people still like, if you own it, it's a holy grail. It's like a Monster Rancher type game, but it's not Monster Rancher. I can't remember what it's called anymore. And this brother borrowed it, which was fine. The guy who borrowed the game actually usually, was very respectful of other people's property, took care of it, all that kind of stuff. His brother, though, apparently turned the PlayStation into a fucking bong and ruined anything that was in the PlayStation doing it. And one of those things was the video game. And if I didn't know that kid's brother as well as I did, I wouldn't have believed him, but... Ah! Fucking up. Number you've caught without being spotted has gone down. Which space-time distortion? I mean, which Pokemon are you looking for? Are you looking for a specific Pokemon in a space-time distortion, or... Okay, well... I would go to, like... If you're looking to complete your decks, I would go to, like, I would go to, Mount Coronet area. Ah, hell. And, because you can work on your Pokedex to get the completion ratio up if you want, by going to Mount Coronet to try and catch some of the like Magnemite and all that kind of stuff, so you have them in your parties available. I am so glad that even though the weather is a thing in this game, it's not something you have to... You... Right, and that's the final three. Real shiny. I don't know, Lauren. Personally, I would never turn anything that's more expensive than $10 into a goddamn bong. If I was going to make one. I'm so glad that's not a habit I ever fell into. Smoke cigarettes and I drink every now and then. I haven't smoked cigarettes in years, thankfully, but... But yeah, the worst I've ever done is smoke regular cigarettes. I've never touched any hallucinogenics. I don't have a problem with people smoking weed and all that kind of stuff, but never touched it myself. I that's why I'm saying the easiest way to do that is to for some of them, like Shieldon and the other one, was it Rampardos or whatever? The best way to get points for them in your Pokedex is to catch them. You can catch heavy Shieldons, and it's actually the easiest way to fill on a Shieldon Pokedex. Yes, I did. I beat. I beat. This is post game. I beat Arceus. I got a complete Pokedex for everyone. Eventually, I'll work on finalizing it. Which, oh, whoa, damn it! Oh, now he changes. Thanks. Yeah, I didn't beat Arceus on a stream though. That was Thomas sitting down and playing on his own thing. That's still beating Arceus took me a good 2 hours, if I remember correctly. I was no good at that battle. I did? Sure. Oh, I heard it. I just don't know which one it is. I think it's this. You was shiny? I think this is the shiny right here. Nice grab, CC. Thank you. Actually, oh, bless me, sorry. I have actually never seen a shiny Carnivine before. Oh man. Carnivine. Had to look at the name while I wrote it out. Do you ever sneeze and like knock yourself for a loop? Like, gotta recalibrate my brain on that one. Yep, there. I usually have, if I'm doing this on my own, I will have actually the sound turned, the music turned off, because they make a little shing noise. Whew. Here, let me see here. Let me see if I can. I was just about to try and use my mouse to go into the settings. Turn this up. No, leave me, son of a gun, leave me alone for just 1 minute. You can barely hear the bleep. It's much louder when it's an opponent Pokemon, but you can kind of hear the ching ching noise. That's actually if I'm just palling around on my own, I usually have this music turned all the way off, just so that if I'm flying over the landscape, I can hear a shiny. Yeah, I'm gonna just beat on you with a Pokeball for a minute. Leave me alone. That's all of them anyways. Did I? Art. Alright, before I close down. Oh, Tom. Remember to save. Save there. Back. I did. Did not save. I don't want to start over because that'll have a gun. Yeah, I forgot. Thankfully I didn't restart. But I just lost this whole effort I was putting in for the Yanma. Wrong button. This button. Right, well. My shiny rate is actually quite lower than normal today. I'm only at 4 shinies today. I would like to return to the village, please, sir. I need to change my clothes. Maybe it's the outfit. I'm not wearing the proper shiny catching outfit anymore. Excuse me, miss. I need to buy some clothing. Let's see. Not go with ninja. Let's go with karate this time. Actually, let's go with pearl. And we need to make sure our shoes match. I think there's actually pearl shoes in here. Full climb boots. Yeah, you know, you gotta make sure you set up for doing what you need to do, right? It's actually kind of cool. Depends on the Pokemon. I think they do. I think that they want to see me happy and, all that kind of stuff. So we'll go with gotta find the right mask to wear too, So that'll match. That matches the outfit. Then we gotta change the hairstyle, you gotta All right, let me see. Got to change everything up, right? You got to make sure that everything matches properly. You want to be caught by the same guy, the guy who was catching everyone in the same outfit yesterday. Nah, you want to be a little more, you know, special and all that kind of stuff. So we gotta. Like I said, it all depends on the Pokemon. Which Pokemon are you looking for, CC? I gotta know. Oh, fuck that. The no style. Ah! Yes. And we're gonna keep it purple. Yeah. So which Pokemon are you looking for, CC? Just let me know. That's even better than wearing the mask. Oh, that's great. That's wonderful. Let's see if we can catch a Kricketot. Oh, that's wonderful. Oh. Well, CC. Let me see here. Some of them if you send me a list on Discord, send me a list of the Pokemon you're looking for. Right? Send me a list of the Pokemon you're looking for, and I will, if I have some spare time later today, I will spend some time trying to get some for you that I can trade over to you, okay? Oh, come on. Where? One. Hey. Wow, you're a biggin. Didn't save again, son of a bitch! Forgot to save again. I'm really gonna have to put some post-its up on my computer here. Tom, save the game. It is. I got. This is actually the hairstyle that is worn by kind of the final enemy in the game. Looks like I have a giant purple spooge on my head. I know. You know what it is? I blame the hairstyle. The hairstyle distracted me. Oh, man. You got 10 Pokemon. All of them are Cricketots. Is everything okay, Tom? Well, I got the Alpha at least. What was new? Catching him? That hairstyle, oh my gosh. Oh. You know what's also always amused me about like RPGs and all that kind of stuff is when you run into the final boss, like the final boss type guy a lot in the game, right? And you don't know it's the final boss at first, right? It's a character you run into, you interact with, all this kind of stuff, and it ends up being the final boss. And at the end of the game, they're like, the final boss is like, well, you won't see me again. And you're like, what? Why? It's not like you suddenly, your job suddenly changed. Saving. I'm going to save, so don't you all talk to me. All right, look, I'm saving. I saved the game. Okay. And I forgot what I wanted to do next. Map. Oh, he's actually right down there. Okay. Yeah. Well, not like Sephiroth. I'm thinking more along the lines of like in they're helpful to you, right? So like the final boss for this game is someone that like I knew it was gonna be the final boss, RPG knowledge, all that stuff, right? You know, one of those things like, oh, you're like, oh yeah, you're gonna be the guy I have to fight at the end. You just come across as being way too nice and helpful. Right? Even though everyone else is just as nice and helpful, something about you says I'm actually the last boss. And my brain just skipped a point. 1 second. And so you play the game, you're like, okay, well, looks like I'm gonna fight that guy later. And then when you beat them and they're gone, but they're not actually dead. Like I beat the final boss in this game, and it's not like the Elite Four and other Pokemon games where it's like, well, this is where we stay. We challenge anyone that comes here, and that's our job. Like his job is he's a merchant. You don't suddenly stop being a merchant just because. Well, the thing is, it's not so much that he's oily and I know he's going to betray me. It was the whole you're helping me. I don't know, like he doesn't scream bad guy at first, right? Ah. I will check it later. Like I said, I will try and go through and like capture something them for you later, okay? To help you out a little bit. I need to do some of that for what I need to do anyways. Ah, you sons of bitches, leave me alone. Yes, Ace, you're so vicious and mean, barking at whoever's at the door. All right, so about this distance. Concentrating on catching shark boys. But it's kind of like the chairman in Sword and Shield. Like he doesn't come across as a bad guy, but you just know it's like he's the bad guy. You know? Um, but it's not like the chairman gets arrested, right? That makes sense. The final boss in this game isn't really doing anything that should get him arrested, and there's really no one to arrest him and all. Like, he's just like, all right, well, you're not gonna see me again. I'm like, but you're the head of your company. What do you mean we're not gonna see you again? You shouldn't just like be vanished. Oh man. Oh, 5.5. Okay, I really have to stop soon. I've been playing for 5.5 hours now. How are you not asleep, Lauren? Yeah, I'm actually shocked. I would either be dead out or so tired that I'm loopy. All right, return to town, Tom. Ah. Yeah, that does suck. I that's a rough one when you're everything is just off kilter that way. Save the game. Save the game. Did it. Good. What? Function at work? What? No one needs... I saw you. I saw you shining there. See, look at that. Changed my outfit. Already ran into a shiny. Save the game. Save the game. Well, I need to shave. I need to shave that shiny. I need to shave him. There. Saved. Oh, 36 hours is rough. I can recall one time when I was just a little bit before I met Jay. I ended up working for 19 hours straight at this restaurant I worked at. It was not a restaurant. It was Tim Hortons. And I worked for 19 hours straight at this Tim Hortons. And I was due to come back the next day, roughly 4 hours after I got off work. No, I saw your list of I saw them. Like I said, I saw that you sent a message. I will look at it later. And I will try and catch some of them for you later. But I saw you sent the message. You probably saw me, didn't you? There, point. And Ha! That's right. Quillfish avoided your attack. How does it make you feel? Who's that dog barking? I'm gonna have to see what that dog is barking at. It's like one of my son's friends just came by. All right. What the hell was she stalling? He's a little hunter. Yeah, so I worked for 19 hours straight, and I was walking to and from. I had a car at the time, but I had a permit instead of a full license, so I wasn't really driving. This is after high school, by the way. I had to buy my own car and all that kind of stuff before I could have a license, because my mom refused to let me drive or put me on her insurance or anything like that. And so I got my license, all that kind of stuff on my own. But at the time, I didn't have a license. I still just had the driver's permit. And so I would avoid driving because, illegal, right? And hell. All right, you know what? I think I'm gonna finish the story, and then I gotta get offline, otherwise I'm gonna keep playing. So, stretch. So then, so I work this 19-hour shift. I walk home. It's about an hour's walk. I'm supposed to be back 4 hours after I start work, or after I leave work. So I walk home. Now it's 3 hours till I have to work again. I took a 2-hour nap and decided that I just couldn't walk to work. So my dumbass hopped in my car, decided to drive back to work. By the way, I was supposed to work another 12-hour shift after that 19 hours, and ended up rear-ending somebody else's car because I fell asleep at the damn wheel. That was a interesting experience. Oh. Yeah, I worked most of the day and then walked home that day. Still ended up working later on that day too. I ended up working another 8 hours. Somebody covered part of my shift for me so I could deal with the accident stuff. Yeah, I at the time I didn't think about it. I was honestly so tired that I couldn't think straight. And if I had been thinking straight, I probably wouldn't have drove. I would have probably just been like, look, I need someone to drop me off at work or something, Oh, here's a mess from the headphones. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Um it was definitely one of those stupid mistakes you make when you're younger and you don't think things through and you don't, But it was also, I think, a terrible thing for that job to do. Like, the only reason I was working that all those hours was because the GM didn't want to work that day. So I didn't know it at the time. I should have been earning. I should have earned a lot of overtime. The guy who ran that place ended up going to jail for stuff like wage. Like, he would sit there. You'd work. Like, 1 week I worked 60 something hours, and what he would do is he'd have you work 30 or some odd hours the next week, so it would look like you only worked 80 hours in all, the way he had his system set up. So I'd work 80-hour weeks. Yep, wage theft. Yep, he went for wage theft. He got in trouble because remember that big blackout we had here on the East Coast? Not a problem, CC. Like I said, I'll look at it. I'll see what I can do for you. I'm not going to promise everything, but I'll see what I can do. There's some Pokemon that I got to fill out for myself anyway, so I might as well catch them so I have them. But yeah, so that big blackout we had, he ended up having me and someone else ended up at that job site at the restaurant so that we can continue selling food without power. And then he got mad when I started giving away stuff out of the cooler that was up front. Not the main walk-in fridge and all that kind of stuff. Like we kept those closed. Um, but I started giving away food because I couldn't open the registers and all that kind of stuff, and people were hungry and all this kind of, like, so we had like there was a tourist group and all, and they were at the hotel and they couldn't get food, so I was giving like bagels and stuff like that out, you know. So we were working there, and the cops came by that day, and there was curfew. He got into big trouble because I was out after curfew and I was not supposed to be out. So I was in the store playing cards, and the cops, um, well, that is how. So there was a loophole for that. Like my giving away the food is actually considered a loophole because I'm donating it, and you're donating it with the best intentions. Um, kind of deal. Like I wasn't giving away like tuna or anything like that, you know, not stuff that would easily go bad, like the bagels, cream cheese, stuff like that. And it was being considered a donation, and there's loopholes you can fall where that's not illegal. And I was falling in the not illegal loophole. Um, so like hot food and super cold food, yeah, it would have been illegal for him to sell it. Yep, it was illegal for us to be at the place because we had a curfew in place. I mean, all kinds of stuff. Like, so yeah, that was an interesting job, and that's one of those things. Like I've always attempted to never let myself be treated that way at a job site again. It was a terrible place to work. One of the other managers used to give away free coffee at night if college girls would flash him. He would give them free coffee. Yeah, he didn't care. He was a very greedy person. He was skimming money from the top and then making it look like he wasn't skimming money by because he was franchised. The companies would come. Tim Hortons comes and looks at your franchise to make sure your books are good. And what he would do is he'd skim money from one company and put it into another so that their sales would look higher. So that when the franchise would come, it looked like he's doing well and he could buy another franchise store. And none of his franchises were doing that well. He was just trading money between the three ones he ended up with, to make them all look like they were doing better. Then it turned out he wasn't paying the company as much as he was supposed to, anyways, because the books he was showing them were different than the books that he was turning in, and was different than the books he was showing to the people when he tried to open a new franchise. So he was running three different sets of numbers. One that was good for franchises, one that was um, not like that, one that would save him. Like, yeah, it was all just fucked up stuff. It was the worst place I've ever worked. Um, the GM's son was selling, yeah, cooking books at the restaurant. Yep. The GM's son was selling drugs out the drive-through window. It was all kinds of fucked up. That was the place I was working. I don't know if you were here when I told the story about the Chi-Chi's explosion. The kid that ate at Chi-Chi's behind us and then came to our store to use the bathroom and just exploded in the bathroom, basically. Oh, so we had like a Chi-Chi's or a Chili's. There was a Chili's behind us. The kid and his parents went there for a birthday party, and the kid and the mom came to our store afterwards because the kid had to use the bathroom. And I there was no, not a literal explosion. Like the kid somehow he must have been doing cartwheels while he was having explosive diarrhea because it was on the ceiling, all over the walls. It looked like a murder scene of poop. Like there was handprints smeared down the window, like the on the walls and stuff. Like the kid, like I don't know how. Like the mom came out, she's like, "I need to borrow some rags. My son made a little mess." I was like, "Okay." So of course, I give him the rags, and then yeah, the ceiling. Like I gave her the rags to be like, so she'd feel better about it, knowing that I'm going to have to go in there regardless to make sure it's sanitized properly and clean it. So they're in there for a good 20 minutes. I'm like, what the hell happened? So lady left. She's like, it's still a little messy in there, but I did the best I could. I'm like, okay. I walked in, like I said, it was a goddamn murder scene. Like I said, it looks like the kid was just made of poop and just exploded. It was on the ceiling, on the walls. I had to close that. We actually had to close the bathroom down, and at the time it still was franchise, and I tried to convince the franchise owner to call somebody in to clean it because it was just so unsanitary. Instead, he had me do it. So it was two people working, and one of the people ended up in the bathroom cleaning it. No, I don't think he ever got to the toilet. I don't know what happened. It was just on the sink, the mirror, the walls, the door, the stall, the ceiling somehow. Some of it, I mean, it looked like the kid literally got the door closed for the bathroom and the kid just jetted to the stall with diarrhea, just right? And like handstands, I don't even know how it was on the ceiling. Like that was my reaction too when I was cleaning up and I saw it going up the wall onto the ceiling, and I'm like, how? Like, did he poop in his hand? I was like, oh God, like, like what? How did this kid do that? To this day, anytime I have to clean up a bathroom, I'm always grateful now. Always. I don't care how messy the bathroom is. I'm grateful because it's never that bad. I don't know. I don't know, Lauren. I don't know. Like I said, I don't. He was so small. I almost feel like his mom picked him up at some point to put his hands on the mirror. He was like maybe 10, and it was at the top of the mirror, like a handprint on the mirror, just squeak. Like I said, it was like a murder scene from a video game. Like when you walk in and you're like, that the handprint on the wall that just kind of trails down the wall kind of deal. Like there was footprints, I needed NCIS or some shit to come in, like CSI Poop Bammy. I don't know. I could not figure it out. This murder scene. It was so bad. I changed my mop bucket so many times. I threw out the mop. I mean, it was bad. It was so bad. And the smell, oh, it was just god awful. It was so I honestly demanded a new work uniform after that. I told him I needed a brand new uniform that day. Before I went home, I needed a new uniform because this one I was not wearing it ever again. I threw that uniform out. But when I went home, I threw that uniform away. I never wore it again. And I've never. That was after 20 minutes of her clean. I don't know what she cleaned. I think she probably cleaned off the toilet. That was the only thing that looked somewhat clean. Was around the toilet. And that's why I was also confused at first. Like, how's the toilet the one thing that looks somewhat decent in this mess? But thinking about it, that's probably what she wiped down was the toilet. It was so bad. No, she wasn't blind. It's just still a little messy. Like they booked it too. And I still don't know. Like to this day, I'm sure he probably was. I don't know. I am surprised that he was still wearing clean clothes when he left. Even though I'm sure if I had looked, they probably wouldn't have been. But like, did he strip naked before he did it too? Like, I was so lost and confused. Because he probably, it's one of those things where sometimes you don't realize you have to go, or people are in a hurry to leave. So kids are like, I don't want to say anything to my mom. It's going to make her mad. I've had that happen where my mom's like, we need to go. Right? You're taking too long. And so you don't think to say, oh, I have to go potty or something like that because you don't want to piss your mom off. I wonder sometimes it was something like that. But yeah, it was that well, the Chili's or Chi-Chi's or whatever was literally in the same parking lot we were in. It was right behind us, right? Like it was a 5-minute drive at most if you were taking your time to go from their parking lot to ours. Because we are right by a major hotel. I don't know. I don't know if it was like he was feeling like he was okay and he was just gassy and suddenly he realized he wasn't gas. I don't know. To this day, I pray for that child. I hope that it wasn't a demon possession. Maybe. I never went there to find out. But maybe he did kill that bathroom. The poop bathroom bandit. Demon possession. That's what it was. Hi, Ace. Oh, hi, baby. Snuggle puppy. Yes, I know. That can't be comfortable. Careful. That's got a somewhat like rough edge there. I didn't. I stayed there a lot longer than I should have, thinking. I don't know. Oh, I got it. I got it on Discord too, CC. Don't worry. Some of it is not too bad. Like some of it is I'll catch like the base for you if I when I get around like some of them. Like I'll probably catch you a Magnemite and you're just gonna have to raise it all the way up to a Magneton kind of deal. Right? So like Cyndaquil, Quill, Lava, Typhlosion. I'll probably catch you a Cyndaquil. I have a Rowlet. I think still. But I don't mind helping you out with some of it. Like I'll work on catching some of them for you. But you'll also be benefited by evolving them after completing. So what you want to do for your Pokedex, before I go, I'll explain how. Do you know how the research points work for the Pokedex? Like, I know you understand the research itself, right? You do so much of this and you get a research bubble, right? Those bubbles count as one point, unless they have red arrows next to the research thing. So say it's catch this many Pokemon, it'll have red arrows next to it. That means that for every bubble, okay, so you know that every bubble you'll fill in will be 2. So some of them, like the Shieldon, is better if you catch it. If you take the time to go to Mount Coronet area, right? And you just sit in camp and you wait for, don't do anything else. So I don't know if you were here yesterday when I was talking about it, but the quickest way to make a time distortion appear is to just sit and not do anything. And then usually within about 15 minutes at most, a time distortion will appear. It's quickest way to do it. So something like Shieldon, quickest way to do it is go to Mount Coronet, just sit and wait for the thing to appear and look for the Shieldon and all that kind of stuff. That's sometimes the only thing you can do. Because Shieldon is one that works best if you catch it. I might have an extra one still. That'll give you 4 points when I trade it over. So I'll look at all that kind of stuff a little bit later. I'm actually going to spend some time with my kid in a little bit here. Sounds like she's done hanging out with her friends anyways. She was doing homework and hanging out with her friends. I'm going to go bug her for a little bit. So I'll look at your list and I'll see what I have available already and I'll see what I can grab for you easy enough, okay? But that'll be later. I'm going to go be a proper adult for a bit. What's up? Some of them, yeah. Yeah, so that works for some of them. That's sometimes the quickest way to do catch X Pokemon so many times. So, all right, let me go. I'm gonna go hang out with Sophia, see how my kid's doing, let the dog out, all that fun stuff. figure out what I'm doing for dinner in a couple hours. And I'll be back later, maybe tonight. I don't know. We'll see how I'm feeling. I gotta take care of a couple other things for the channel anyways. So I gotta take care of Monday's video. All right, everyone. Ooh. Thinking about Lauren being awake for too much longer, making me sleepy. Bye, guys.